I now call back to order the Pasco County Board of Commission meeting of January 6th. Please silence all electronic devices and mute your phones. We will proceed with public hearings, starting with ordinances. Item number P61.
P61, we approve the publication in the Tampa Bay Times on July 23rd, 2025, supplemented by affidavits of certified mailings and site postings for the meeting of September 3rd, 2025, where it was continued to November 12th, where it was continued to today.
Okay, Amy?
Good afternoon. Amy Toll, Planning, Development, and Economic Growth. Item P61, which is PDE 26-0031, is the adoption hearing for ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map, map 2-15 and sheet 8, from AGR, agricultural rural, to Res 1, residential 1 dwelling unit per gross acre, on approximately 19.69 acres of real property located on the north side of Blanton Road, approximately 2,150 feet east of the intersection of Blanton Road and Trilby Road. This is also coming with a text amendment creating sub-area policy FLU 7.1.86, Blanton Road MRS, a map amendment to the future land use map 2-9, amending or adding sub-area map 2-986, Blanton Road MRS, providing for additional text amendments as necessary for internal consistency, providing for appeal or severability and effective date, and this comes with your recommendation of approval. We did receive opposition emails that were sent to the clerk's office. We would like to have those received and filed as well, please.
Move to receive and file.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous?
Okay, and then I do have a presentation for you, if
Yes.
so desired. All right. So here's the proposed ordinance that was just read into record. This item was actually heard on November 6th at the local planning agency. At that hearing, the local planning agency denied the proposed amendment 5-1. They denied it based on the proposed sub-area policy and Res 1 FLU is not consistent within the Northeast Rural Protection Area, and they did not want to set a precedent by creating a sub-area policy that would allow for a Res 1 FLU amendment with regulations that require the area to be developed as an MRS with limited lot sizes. So again, this is a comp plan amendment. It is a small scale amendment from AGR, agricultural rural, to Res 1, residential 1 dwelling unit per gross acre. The applicant is requesting the future land use amendment to allow for the development of a minor rural subdivision with lot sizes of no less than 2.5 acres, with the exception of one single parcel that has already been platted at 1.7 acres, so it cannot be any smaller than that. There's a total of 19.69 acres. It is on the north side of Blanton Road, approximately 2,150 feet east of the intersection of Blanton Road and Trilby Road. And again, there is a companion sub-area policy with this, helping to limit and ensure that the proposed development is consistent with the rural area. So as you can see, the property is located in the North Market area and within Rural Area 1. Just some context of the area. So you have agricultural lands surrounding the area. There is medium density residential across the street, which is a Res 6. That Res 6, just for note, predates the establishment of the rural area. So it was in place before the rural area was created. Here's your transportation map. As you can see, it's on Blanton Road and Trilby Road. There is a 12-foot multi-use path on the south side of Blanton Road, and it is part of the Orange Belt Trail pending alignment. Just a zoomed-in version of the aerial view. So just for note, in this area, there is a range of lot sizes between 0.84 acres and 23 acres in proximity to the site.
Amy, if I could, while you're on the slide. So when you say the 0.84 acres, is that the site like right below it?
Those areas below it, correct?
Okay.
Yep. Existing future land use is AGR. Proposed future land use of Res 1. As you can see, there's agricultural in the area, Res 6 to the south, and existing Res 1 already within rural area. Here's the sub-area policy that was negotiated and agreed upon between the property owner and the county. What is happening here is, even though the comprehensive plan is proposing an amendment to Res 1 on 20 acres, the subject site is being limited to only 6 units. So only 6 lots. Currently, they can get 4 lots as is. They're requesting to just get 2 more lots. With this, it's approximately 0.3 density, so it's well under the Res 1 density that would be permitted without the sub-area policy. Additionally, there are development restrictions that ensure the area is developed in accordance with the Northeast Rural Scenic Roadway Plans, as well as the Northeast Rural Plans, LDC Section 604. With the sub-area policy, the applicant also provided a conceptual plan. As you can see, most of these lots are above 2.5 acres. The lowest lot is going to be the 1.7 acre, which is the exemption, but the second lowest lot is 2.3 acres, with the remaining lots being above 3 acres. The proposed amendment is consistent with the following comprehensive plan policies. And with that, we would like to accept public comment and adopt the proposed amendment by roll call vote.
Okay. Any
The
questions?
applicant is also here, I'm sorry, with a presentation if necessary.
All right, any questions for staff?
No.
Okay, let's hear from the applicant.
Hey, good afternoon, Commission. Appreciate your time today. Hope you all had a very Merry Christmas.
And your name and company with?
Yeah, Jairus Barbie, Symbiosis Planning Consulting. I'm an AICP certified planner. So I'm just going to run through some of the slides here, and then I would be happy to take and answer any questions as they arise. So, as Amy had mentioned, we're requesting this land use amendment from the AGR to Res 1 and having the sub-area policy in place to restrict the development rights even further than what a minor rural subdivision would be. In any other location, the minor rural subdivision would allow up to 10 units to be developed underneath a minor rural subdivision. So we have proposed to further limit that and propose the 2.5 acre minimum. The smallest lot, as shown on the concept plan, which I'll put back up here, was 2.53 acres. And the stormwater tract that is shown on the concept plan was put in a separate tract, but it may be able to be done via easements, so those lots might even be larger than the 2.5 acres. It was just shown to be the maximum development restriction.
What do you mean by done by easement?
Within a minor rural subdivision, stormwater may be done in easements rather than specific separate tracts.
Does anyone else understand that?
Yeah.
Y'all do? You mean on each lot, they would,
But
Someone
you
explain
Mr.
it.
County Attorney.
these lots are large enough that you wouldn't have separate stormwater systems,
yeah,
correct?
I'm kind of,
Correct.
So
why do
what,
you even have to?
It is just shown for the absolute worst case scenario if any additional water quality and treatment may be required along with that.
I don't think those are necessary in a minor rural subdivision. I don't think we require stormwater ponds.
Well,
Is that right? That's why I'm confused.
there would be a road that would be going in there, and it was intended to capture any stormwater runoff that may be collected off of the paved roadway.
But are you required to have that? Does anyone in my staff? Sorry.
Why don't we go through the presentation, we'll get to that.
Okay.
Okay.
You can just say yes or,
It depends on the engineer estimate.
Come forward,
Okay. All
they
right,
can't pick
fine.
you up.
I thought you could just give a assessment.
Doesn't work that way.
Oh,
Patrick Detter, Development Review Director. It depends on the engineering that goes behind it. Most minor rural subdivisions don't require any kind of engineering or infrastructure or stormwater ponds, but it's just depending on the scope, and they may require stormwater ponds. It's probably unlikely with this site, and I think that's what Jairus is trying to say.
Correct. And I am not an engineer for the record. I've just drawn up a conceptual plan thinking of worst case scenarios. So here you can see the plan again. The lots range from 2.53 acres to 3.43 acres. We've shown the scenic roadway buffers, and each of the lots would also have to have some other buffering that would be accompanying that. So within the northeast rural area, they require a type A buffer between buildings and any roadways, and type B buffer between buildings and adjacent properties, in addition to the external property buffering. We propose.
Plan amendment, I'm not sure why you're getting this detail.
Understood. And then we would plan to have just one single access to the project. This is again just showing that the minor rural subdivision would typically allow up to 10 lots, and we're proposing 6 with this plan.
Mr. Starkey.
Trying to understand your drawing, so I don't think you need that pond, but what are the lines here? Is that the road that's in the dark gray?
Correct, yes,
Then
ma'am.
what's the other line?
The other lines would be setbacks.
Why? Wow, I don't know, maybe I'm not well versed on minor rural subdivisions. I don't know. Okay, but the total acreage does not include the
Has to have
setback,
an
or
easement.
does include the setback?
The acreage would include all the way to the center of the roadway. The roadway is in an easement in minor rural subdivisions.
I've never seen that we buffer residential to residential, so you don't have buffering within the subdivision, right?
Well, there are specific buffering regulations called out within the Northeast Rural Land Development, or in the Rural Area Land Development Code.
I
So-
think there are along the front of along the front, but not, well, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Go ahead.
And the method of utilities would be well and septic in compliance with these 2 policies that were noted. And we demonstrated consistency with several references from the comprehensive plan. And I just wanted to end with a statement that shows the goal of the protection of rural areas in the comp plan. It establishes Pasco County's framework for preserving the rural lifestyle, agricultural viability, environmental resources, and low-intensity development pattern within the Northeast Pasco rural area. This goal emphasizing managing growth in a manner that protects rural character for existing residents and remains available to future residents. I would propose that this proposal meets the intent of Goal Flu 2 protection of rural areas by significantly limiting the density below the Res 1 category, maintaining rural lot size, avoiding urban infrastructure expansion, and preserving compatibility with surrounding agricultural and residential uses. This 6-lot configuration represents a conservative, context-sensitive rural subdivision that aligns with Pasco County's adopted comprehensive plan and long-term vision for the Northeast Pasco rural area.
Let me ask you a question. The 1.7 acre parcel that's platted, does that mean that was done before the comprehensive plan?
Yes, sir, correct. And the reason why it was treated separately within this proposal in the sub-area policy is because for us to include it, we would have to come to you all to ask for a right-of-way vacation for it to be combined into one larger project, which I believe the landowner for this project does intend to file for that, but he wanted to go ahead and file this application to come before you and not try to pigeonhole that had to be done without you know, you guys having the opportunity to decide upon that.
And if you take out that 1.7 acres that's already approved for the density that it's got, the others would be then, if you take the average out, add the 1.3 acres to the smaller site, every site's well over 3 acres.
Correct, yes, sir.
I think that's, I mean, I'd be phrasing it that way. Now, rural subdivision, if you follow different rules, you can get to 10, but that'd be take more
Well,
density on
that is
four.
just the maximum amount of lots that are allowed within the residential 1 category while developing a minor rural subdivision.
Okay, but currently you don't have the rights to get 10 acres, 10 units.
Not unless we were proposing it without a sub-area policy, which we have proffered up that to further limit it below the 10 units that would be allowed if it were adopted without any sub-area policy.
But
His density is gonna be limited by his zoning, not necessarily by the maximum under a minor rural subdivision. But I'm not sure why we're having this in-depth conversation about a minor rural subdivision. You're putting a new future land use classification, or you're raising the future land use classification Res 1, and then whatever the zoning is currently on the property, unless they are coming in for a rezoning, would be your limiting factor.
Right.
Comprehensive plan and zoning.
Yeah, so I mean, it is extra detail we normally wouldn't get to, but I'm just trying to make sure I understand the 1.7 acres with my primary
Understood.
thought. Any other questions? Okay. Does staff want to comment on anything? No? Okay. All right, so now's the time to go to public comment. Do
Thank
you
you
have
for
a
your
sign-up
time.
sheet?
Yes, we do. Nancy Hazelwood.
And how many people on the list do we have?
But right now, 4 plus 1 on mine.
Good afternoon, Nancy Hazelwood, 34110 A Nice Place, Dade City, Florida. I don't know how we got here. I can't believe that you're saying you're going to protect the rural area by putting Res 1 right in the middle. What about the next guy that comes
Where's
up?
Res 1? Because I didn't see the Res
This is, you're changing the comprehensive plan to Res 1 if this goes through.
1. Okay, but there's three acres.
Can we have an open discussion,
Right.
please? Go ahead, Nancy.
I lost 5 seconds.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
Go ahead.
Anyways, so Res 1 right in the middle of Northeast Rural. Res 1 should be used sparingly, and if at all, at the edges of Northeast Rural, not smack dab in the middle where the next person can come along and say, hey, look, I should get this too. So hey, you turn down the next person. This is not gonna ensure any type of compatibility with Northeast Rural. And the only thing around it that is not ag is an old HUD development that was grandfathered in. Everything else around them is ag. And the other thing is, the minor rural subdivision is coming up on the tree ordinance, and it's gonna be exempt from trees. So they can clear cut every tree in there. I understand they're putting a buffer on the outside, but that doesn't mean that we need every single tree cut inside. This is the Northeast Rural, and rural usually means trees. The planning board and the SIC turned the project down, and they said it's not consistent with Northeast protected area. They did not want to set a precedent by creating a sub-area policy that would require Res 1 FLU amendment with regulations that require to be developed with an MRS and limit the size of lots. So I suggest that we go with what planning board said. I just don't trust what this could create right in the middle. Let's think about what we're doing with our growth again. Thank y'all, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Julia Bartunik.
Julia Bartunik, 2645 Meadowood Drive, Newport Richey, Florida, 34655. And I concur with everything that Nancy Hazelwood stated. And this change will definitely it will establish an unfortunate precedent for the rural area of Pasco County, and it will encourage developments to follow suit. Thank you.
Kathleen Schneider.
Do I need to be sworn in?
No.
No? Okay. Kathleen Schneider, 34553 Blanton Road. I took a little bit of time last night, and I'll show you what I've got. I went from James Road to the college on Blanton Road, and I wrote down every parcel that was this size or larger. This size. There are 30, and I am not going way out. I'm being conservative. This is direct access to Blanton Road. There are 33 parcels. Guess how many acres there are? 1,155.66, and that's being conservative. It's not even including this property. This, if you say yes to them, every single one of these property owners are going to say, you did it for them, you can do it for us. And what are we going to be left with out here? A big, major mess. I'm concerned what you're going to do. You've got a chance to stand firm with us and say, no, this does not belong in this area. This gentleman bought this property knowing how it was zoned. Now he wants to come along and change everything. We lived here for years and years and years, and this is not what we need in our area. Mr. Oakley, you know it. Mr. Waitman, you know it. Jack, you know it. Mr. Steinschneider, you know it. Catherine Starkey, you know it. And Lisa, you know it too. And it's about time that you stood up for the people that live out here and say no to this stuff. It's enough already. Thank you.
Cindy Gandolfi. Name and address for the record, please.
34953 Blanton Road, Dade City. Tough act to follow. We have lived out here over 20 years, and we've all bought the property knowing that we would not have to worry about subdivisions coming in because of the already created zoning in our area. This is the ordinance that will kill Northeast Pasco rural area. 1 acre is not considered rural. This development doesn't fit in here. It's hard enough to keep up with all the large buildings, subdivisions going in, let alone some small landowners. He knew again by what he was buying for, and he wants to change it. We have no guarantee. He's still looking for Res 1. We have no guarantee further down the road. He's already changed his mind several times. This is, I don't know how many meetings we've been to with this gentleman. The planning commissioners recommended denial. We hope and pray that you will do the same thing. And one of the commissioners actually said that they did not want to stop this domino effect. And once you start, it's going to be hard to say no. Thank you.
Paul Gandolfi.
Good afternoon. My name's Paul Gandolfi, 34953 Blanton Road, 34953. Excuse me, 33523. I'm obviously opposed to this. I don't see the reason for Res 1. They're asking for 2.5 acre lots covered perfectly by Res 2. So I'm suspicious about the reason they're going for Res 1. I've raised this argument twice before. They have not answered it. I've suggested there's a developer waiting in the wings, or they're just looking for a quick way to sell this and make a profit for more money because of the increased concentration. So I'm asking to reject this, please. There's a 24-acre lot between our property and the subject property. We're about 1,000 feet north of his. And if this property goes to Res 1, because the owner of the 24 acres has told me that he plans to sell sometime in the future, the chances are this will go the same way. So we'll have a bunch of houses on our southern property line, forcing us to move and give up our plans for our retirement there. So please consider your residents on Blanton Road. It's important to us. We do not want the concentration of buildings and traffic in our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
That's all that have signed, pre-signed for this item.
Okay, so I know there's a few other people that didn't get to sign up on time, so if anybody wants to speak to this item, if you would, please come line up one by one, and we'll give everyone a chance to speak for 3 minutes. So no one else wants to speak other than this one gentleman? If you do, please line up. All right, so please line up behind him. And your name and address, sir, for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is James Navarro Sr. and I live at 34721 Blanton Road, Dade City, Florida. My input, all of it that's been said, we've been here. This is the third time, and I guess it counts with you guys. My input is I live right next door to the subdivision. And right now, the water is terrible. I've had to have Culligan system. I have 4 tanks, and we're still getting rust. Add more to that particular property. It is crazy. Plus, right now, it is a dangerous road. You're adding more entrances. Please consider rejecting this proposal. Thank you.
Please don't clap.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Maggie West, 34949 Blanton Road, Dade City, Florida. And kind of going over what everybody else said also, I live right behind this property. My entrance to my property, which I own the road, that road right next to it is my road. So as I pull out of Blanton every day, it already takes, since all the development going on, it took me 20 minutes to get out of my property the other day because of all this traffic in our area. I thought we were a rural protection area. I thought we didn't have to worry about that. But they're talking about putting a driveway on that hill, and if any of you are familiar, I know Mr. Oakley is, that hill, it's gonna get somebody killed. It's just, there's no way to put a driveway really in that area. We moved here several years ago to retire also, with Mr. Gandolfi and other folks in this area. And we were under assumption when we bought in the area several years ago that we didn't have to worry about it because of rural protection and 5-acre minimums. And now they're talking about, this guy just bought this property a couple years ago and he wants to change everything. It's not fair to us people that have been paying and living in this area for many years to just change zoning. Because I'll tell you heads up right now, like Mr. Gandolfi said, the property behind him is 35 acres. He's gonna sell that soon. So what you've done is you set a precedence. If you let these folks build, then he's gonna open up his, because he's waiting to hear what's going on here. He's already made that comment. And he said, if you open that up, they're more likely gonna open his 30-something acres. So now we're looking at 50 acres of homes that we don't wanna see. And it's just, we just beg you guys to please abide by the rural protection zone and keep us the way we are. We love Dade City, but if this happens, you're gonna get nothing but homes, and all those folks that bought all this property out this way years ago are gonna sell it, and then you're gonna get more property, because I don't wanna live here. You guys, I honor and respect every one of you. I've worked my whole life in government, but this isn't the place for me and my family anymore. We all got grown kids, but I don't wanna deed on my property, because they don't want to live in traffic either. So we just beg you guys to listen to us you know, taxpayers and people that love this area. I'm sure everybody in here loves Dade City, that's why we moved here. But if it goes up like this, you're gonna see a lot of homes for sale, because we can't live in this. Thank you for your time, and I hope you guys, please listen to everybody that's speaking. You know, not for the money, but people that love this area and continue to love it. Thank you again.
So I don't see anyone else, so we're going to close public comment. Is there anyone online?
Not for this item.
Okay, back to the board. Does the staff want to comment maybe on the Res 1, Res 2? Anything else?
Yes, you read my mind. Amy Toll, Planning, Development, and Economic Growth. So there's 3 points that I would like to just have some clarity on. First is the 1 dwelling unit per gross acre. Yes, the proposed comprehensive plan amendment is changing to Res 1 flu. The sub-area policy is limiting it to 6 units. 6 units only. So when the zoning comes in, they cannot get any more than the 6 units. If they wanted to get more than the 6 units, they would have to come back in through the hearing process and do a text amendment to change it, which is also 3 public hearings. It's treated as the large scale. So that one would go to the state if they needed to come in and ask for more units or more density. Excuse me. Res 2, currently our future land use for rural areas is AG, AGR, and Res 1. We do not have a Res 2 flu. The next flu would be a Res 3. So the opportunity to cap it at a 2 would be the same tool, or using the same tool currently as a sub-area policy, to go to a Res 3 and then cap it as a Res 2. In this scenario, we're doing a Res 1, capping it at 6 units, which is 0.3 dwelling units per gross acre. So it's a third of an acre. Lastly, there was a comment that stated the Northeast rule is a minimum of 5-acre lots. That is not an accurate statement. There's various areas within the Northeast rule that's a Res 1. Our current comprehensive plan classifies Res 1 as a rural land use classification in the comprehensive plan. So those are my topics.
Mr. Chairman, one more thing, if you would clarify,
Sure.
Amy. So there's been all this talk about what a minor rural subdivision allows in Res 1. The current zoning for this property is AC?
Correct.
So it's minimum 10-acre lots unless they come back for a rezoning?
Correct. They would have to come back for a rezoning. However, the sub-area policy would limit it to 2.5 acres and 6 units. So when they come in for rezoning to do the MRS, they would be limited to those provisions in the sub-area policy.
Sure. Mr. Whitney,
You had something, I'll wait.
No, none?
you want me to ask my question?
Doesn't matter.
All right. If they, tell me why they wouldn't just have gone to the more minor rural subdivision instead of going this way?
So in their current AGR form, the minor rural subdivision wouldn't allow them to get the 2.5 acres. So this was the next option. So the Res 1 with the minor rural subdivision and the cap.
Right. If you take out the 1.7 acres, it comes to an average of 4 acres lot. They couldn't get 4 acres lot in the minor rural?
Right now it's 1.1 to 5 currently. The current future land use is a minimum of 5 acres.
Okay.
If they ended up doing the minor rural subdivision, there were provisions that wouldn't get, I mean, they could do less through the minor rural subdivision, but.
Mr. Chairman, as I've tried to indicate, I think the minor rural subdivision question for this is a lost leader. The future land use classification for this property is AGR, which is
1 to 5.
1 to 5.
Correct.
So they can't, if they do a minor rural subdivision, it's 5-acre lots.
Correct.
As they currently sit.
Okay.
Except they're in AC, which means it's 10-acre lots.
Correct.
So,
Nothing about okay, so with that argument was not valid.
Yeah, unfortunately, the tools that we have in our toolbox, being the comprehensive plan and the land development code, don't really give us the options to do 2.5-acre lot subdivisions like this. So these are the tools that we have in our toolbox to allow for them to do smaller lots, but still maintain the rural character.
Okay, Commissioner Whitman.
Thank you, Chair. So, when saw this in Washington Planning Commission, ordinarily, I think we'd all be like, yeah, this is a really nice project to see in our county. We don't, huge fan of minor rural subdivisions. the precedent-setting tone to this, say this goes through, and we have it set 2.5 acres, so that means future property owners come in, and it opens the opportunity for them to come in and then do exactly this same process, because precedent's been set. I guess when you look down the road, I'm concerned with the precedent-setting nature of this. The project, like I said, it's a nice project. Ordinarily, it'd be great to see in our county. I guess what I'm asking is, should we be taking a look at the properties within that 1 to 5 range to have a mechanism that allows this scenario to happen? That way it's not one-off and it's clearly defined and property owners know what they have and what they may or may not be able to do with their property in the future. Am I making sense?
Yeah, absolutely. So a couple comments for that. With respect to setting the precedent, they're always going to, any applicant can apply for a comprehensive plan amendment. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be approved. It'll have to go through the board's review and the board's discretion to accept it or not. So yes, in this scenario, you could approve it, but something could change next week and no longer be applicable.
Follow up to that. Thank you, Chair. Based on what the county attorney said, where it's 1 to 5 and this is kind of taking a different road, different path to get here, what was the mechanism for staff then to bring this forward the way that it is?
The sub-area policy.
Right, so the sub-area policy allows you all the flexibility
to control it outside of the scope of our standard process, yeah.
Okay.
At least through the comprehensive plan. Additionally, just for the board's understanding, as you all are very much aware, we're going through the 2050 change. And within our Pasco 2050, we are not allowing, or the proposal, once it goes through the review, it's got to go through the state and get approved, but our current trajectory is to not allow any additional Res 1 flues after 2050 is adopted.
So when are we voting on that?
Spring.
Of this year?
Correct. Right now,
So
it's a
it's right around
2025 horizon.
Yeah, so it's right around the corner, and this one could potentially skirt in.
Correct.
Before that change. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Oakley.
Okay. Amy, correct me if you will, back, I'm gonna say about a year ago, the property just on Blanton Road, just to the south and the west side of the road, or on the right side if you're going back toward Dade City, there was a property in there with the Philman family.
Okay.
And they zoned that 2.5 acre lots, and it was approved by the Plan Commission and the board. It came through, it is 2.5 acre lots, which is not very far from where this is, probably a couple miles or so,
Okay.
south of where this property is. And what confuses me is the rural group with Nancy Hazelwood and some of her folks were all in favor and agreeable to that being 2.5 acre lots. So I don't know what changed from that being okay at 2.5 acre lots to this not being okay. And this is a good project. When they first came to me about it, I looked at it, but they wanted 10 lots. And I thought that was too small for the rural area. But 2.5 acre lots, I mean, a 1 acre lot is 210 by 210, a very big, nice lot. You've got 2.5 times that on these properties, which make them a very nice lot. So, and they have trees on there. Nobody's going to go on that land where they're going to build a house. If there's a tree in the way of where they need to put their house, I'm sure they're going to talk about getting a permit and take that out. But most of the trees, I think they'll want to keep in this neighborhood. But it's designed out. But I'm kind of confused where the real group is, because one minute they want it and it's okay, and the next minute they don't want anything. But the fact of it is, 2.5 acre and larger lots keeps the density down from getting expanded to 1 acre lots, so,
Sure.
yeah.
I think the confusion that's occurring is with the Res 1 flu. And
Yeah.
so at face value, yes, the color on the map is Res 1, but it's not your standard just flat Res 1 approval, meaning you have 20 acres, go into Res 1, you can have 20 lots. That's not what's happening here. We are allowing, or we are proposing to amend the flu to Res 1 only because we don't have any other option to achieve that middle ground. And so that's where now we've added an additional regulatory document, being the sub-area policy. Any zoning that occurs is required to be consistent with the comprehensive plan of that time. So by adopting this with a sub-area policy, if they wanted to change it and increase their density, they will have to come back in for a text amendment, which is like, this is a small scale, so we only went 2 public hearings. It's administratively or courtesy sent to the state. A text amendment changing that is actually going through a transmittal review. State has their review, provides their comments. It's a 3-month versus a 2 public hearing. It's a much more extensive process to make that change. So from our tools that we have and from the county's perspective, by establishing or adding a sub-area policy, they're only asking for 2 additional lots. It's restricted to 2.5 acres, so they will not be able to get 1 acre lots here. And a change to that will have to come through the public hearing review again.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
If
I may, it appears, based on the maps that you've been provided, that east of Adelia Street, I may be pronouncing that wrong, has been zoned ER2. So that's what I think the commissioner was referring to when it was, you said it was 2.5 acres.
Right.
All of that property shown on the map that sort of goes on the west side of Blanton after you get to Adelia is ER2. Everything to the west of Adelia is sort of a hodgepodge of zoning categories, but it is all AGR or AG.
So to answer you back on the property I was talking about, it's right there next to the solar farm. It's actually just to the north, is Platte Road. And that's where that property got zoned. It's a hayfield right now because they have not sold any lots. But they're 2.5 acre lots is what they are.
Can you be more specific, because I'm on my maps. What intersection? Blanton and what
Platte
road?
Road and.
Platte Road and
Platte?
Blanton.
It's called, on Google Maps, it's called Mountain
I think what he,
Well, Mountain View Solar Farm.
Platte?
Yeah, Platte Road.
Can we see where that is? Can someone put that up? Platte Road. Van Buren.
And that came before us
Oh,
probably a
solar.
year and a half ago. Which I was surprised that they were for that. I didn't pick up on that. Most of that's 5 acre lots or bigger.
I see Mr. Blummel's house. 2.71 acres
Yeah.
To the south
on
and west.
Blanton. Okay. 2.64. Just trying to. Bohannon, 2.64.
And I think Philman family still owns that land.
2.91.
Amy, while we're waiting, so I'm looking at the land uses, and
Oh, Philman.
with that development is right below it is all Res 6,
correct.
and then below it's Res 1. Why would it be that way? I would think it'd go the other way.
Those were grandfathered in, so there was a future land use change for the Res 6 that occurred prior to 2006.
Okay.
The rural area was created in 2006-ish, around that time frame. So that future land use predates the rural area.
That property you're talking about there, that project was done 30 or 40 years ago.
Well,
I don't know why they did it, but that's when that was.
It's kind of interesting, though.
Bingham Realty actually did it.
So while, are we waiting to see any more up there?
Yeah.
So we're waiting for the road?
So, a question, Commissioner Oakley, may I ask that question?
Yeah, but before we go, are we waiting to see what Platte Road is, or is it shown?
Is it shown? Platte Road? What?
Where are we going?
You did say in the spring, we're going to be moving towards this when we vote on the new comp plan amendment?
Correct. Yeah, so, actually, I may retract that. When you say moving towards this.
So meaning like this would just get, if this goes through, it would be done right before we approve the new comp plan
Correct.
amendment?
Correct.
But it was-
So this would be
But
essentially.
you're not going in that
I know that
direction.
direction, I understand
You're
that.
Right.
I know the opposite direction.
Correct.
So Commissioner
Yeah,
Starkey?
Well, okay, then now I have two questions. Originally, the applicant came into your office and they were looking for 10 acres? I mean, 10
No,
lots on
they,
there?
they actually had started out wanting 10. They were talking about family units and their family was big, or they wanted 10 units, but I didn't agree to that and didn't want to agree to that, and I was more set on 2.5 acre lots because it's bigger and nicer lots, and I thought that was better for the rural area.
But these are, these potentially are 4 acre lots.
They're a
Get rid of that
minimum of
pond.
2. They cannot be smaller than 2 acre lots. So
Couldn't
however
be
they
smaller,
subdivide, they
yeah.
could have it bigger.
Wait, if they don't have to do the pond, they could be 4 acre lots, is that right?
Correct. Correct.
They don't all do a pond.
Right?
They won't
They
need-
won't have to do that.
They won't need a pond.
Yeah, so they're, can you put up your numbers again? But my other question while they're putting those up, did you say, so the issue here and the fear for everyone, and I understand it, is Res 1.
It's the color on the map, correct?
But you say right now Res 1 is allowed? I mean, I know Res 1 as sprawl.
Correct. Yeah, so
Um,
Res 1 pursuant to Section Flu A6, Res 1 is defined as a rural land use classification.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to see 1 acre out here, but I don't object to
Well,
4
they're not
acre.
gonna be, they're gonna be 2.5 acres or better.
They're only gonna be 4 acres. That's what
Okay,
I'm,
but I'm saying
that's what I'm
they're,
trying to see the
they're bigger
objection.
lots.
Yeah.
There's folks out there right now that live in Blanton that are on 4 acres rather than 5. And
Yeah, I
out
can
there
see it all
hauling
over.
Nice, big piece of property.
I've been pulling up the property appraiser's map and looking at all the land around there. Actually, there's a lot of homes on Blanton that are 2 acres,
Yeah,
a lot.
but that's from years and years ago that people moved there and they only had a certain amount of acreage and were able to do that back then.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look here. So if you got rid of 1.3 acres of stormwater, and I don't understand, what's going on with that parcel in the front?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
I
Conley,
would highly advise you not to use this document for anything.
It's conceptual.
You just use staff has provided you with a sub-area policy. That is what you're limiting, and if the sub-area policy can be put up for the commissioner, that's which was part of the PowerPoint. That's what you're limiting, there it is. That's what you're limiting, that if you make this decision, that's what the Res 1 will be limited to.
Okay, so set the, I'm still trying to understand that piece in the front, because when I did the math, 1.78 acres is that piece in the front.
Correct.
The piece in the back is 17.96. I got this off the property appraiser. That comes out to 19.74 acres.
Correct.
So if you divide that by 6, you're getting, over 3. Well, you got to do the road too. But they would own the road to the middle. So
Correct.
If it's a minor rural, it's accessed by easement.
Okay,
Correct.
so, and that must be what that gentleman kind of was meaning. So basically, it's 20 acres.
It is a 20 acre. The flu change is approximately 20 acres.
So 6 lots of there is over 3 acres per house.
And for math purposes, the 17 acre lot would be 5 units. because the 1.7 acre would be part of those 6. And the 1.7 acre is controlled because it's platted, so it can't be, or it's basically an exemption to the 2.5 minimum. So out of the 17 acres, you're gonna have 2.5 minimum lots, and you can only have 5.
And then they get 1 on the 1.7.
Correct.
I don't know.
Commissioner Wade, Chair.
This comment for county attorney. You know, in my short 3 years doing this, never really heard apprehension in your statements. You seem, your tone's different on this one. You seem a bit apprehensive in the decision that we're going to need to be making. Is there some kind of legal precedent?
Because I can't count 3 votes.
Underlying. I don't know. It's just normally this is different.
What are you working on counting votes for? Let's
Yeah.
go.
So I'm trying to stay.
I've not done this before.
I try and do it every meeting.
Well,
but
picked up on it this
usually
time. I'm blonde,
usually I know where the board wants to go, and I can sort of guide you that it's okay or it's not okay. In this case, I'm trying to remain neutral, and I think this is a legislative act of the Board of County Commissioners. You can vote it up or vote it down, and legally, I think we can defend your actions. That what I was trying to point out earlier is you can take the precedential view that north of Blanton is AGR and it should stay AGR. You can also zoom out and say, well, a little bit further east, you're at 2.5 dwelling units an acre. So I'm just trying to.
I'm not saying you're doing good or bad.
Okay.
Just picked up on something. I'm gonna have fun with you at least once a Tuesday a month.
I just have one comment.
Commissioner
So if we're gonna be moving away from this, and I don't know about you guys, but currently we've received 33 emails plus public comment. Like the public, the people around it, they don't want it rezoned, right?
Please do not.
Please. But I understand that, but what I'm saying is to set the precedence for other landowners. And if we're moving away, like if when we redo the comp plan amendment, this won't be allowed. So I'm just, I guess my question is then why would we do it now?
Is that a correct statement?
We are proposing to restrict any new Res 1s within the northeast rural area.
Okay, but
Please. I'm not going to ask you again, but please do not. We're trying to have a discussion.
I understand the Res 1, and I understand that the only reason you're using Res 1 here is because you have no other tool. Will we not allow any 3-acre lots going forward?
Nothing under 5.
Great question.
Well, that's.
We would have to explore that.
I cannot base my vote on how many people show up to take a voice on one way or the other. I have to base my votes on facts and law and those things. So that's where I am. So,
I'm just trying to base my vote where we're heading as a county.
well, I just.
All right, one at a time. Excuse me, one at a time, please.
Yeah. So the Res 1 really is irrelevant here because it's not going to be used as Res 1, which I'm 100% against 1-acre lots.
Correct.
Unless it's in a conservation subdivision.
Right, and we did offer that as an option when this first came in, but they didn't qualify for a conservation subdivision.
So I would say, in looking at this one here, I didn't think it was a huge issue. I was surprised with all the emails that were coming in, et cetera. Looking at it, I looked at it closer, I go, I don't have a heartache with it for what we're going to get to what it was. But listening to the people, I understand their fear of the precedent is going to set. But what you just said actually gave me a little more comfort, because if we're going to put this in our new comp plan, that a Res 1 is not going to be allowed in the area, this is gonna be a one and done anyway, and
Yeah.
it can't happen again anyway, so it's gonna limit, it's not a lot of density, and to me, I think the way we should do this is that 1.7 acres should be separate from all the other calculations and equally divided with the square, the acreage between the other 4 units. Doesn't have to be precise, but
Right.
they should be at least over 3.
Is it 5 or 6?
The sub-area policy is 6, but that also,
Yeah.
that includes the 1.7 acre parcel.
Yeah, so it's 1 plus, that one stays at 1, it'll be 1.7, and then the 17, whatever, gets divided into 5.
Correct. And the applicant has also proposed that they are willing, or they've coordinated with real property to vacate the roadway that's in the middle of it, that bisects it. So the roadway would be absorbed. We've also already received confirmation from real property that, when they apply for that, they bring it with a level of support. So they would vacate that right-of-way, that would be absorbed into the abutting property, and that would actually bring the 1.7 closer to 2.
And what was the gentleman referring to about, I understand the buffering out on plan. If that, when we did the scenic overlay, there was, you can't take away the lawn views. And
Correct.
It's very important to everyone. Is that what he was referring to? Because you don't have to buffer in between the lots, right?
No.
No. It's
It
just
does-
that, right, the scenic corridor is the visual landscaping and buffering along Blanton.
It does look like a beautiful heavily wooded lot. So, you know how I feel about trees, but I don't know how we can regulate what percentage of our lots they can clear. Because frankly, you can be ag, and you can clear the whole thing, and you can have pigs or whatever.
We do have a proposed sub-area currently under review, so.
Sure. So,
Commissioner Oakley.
When you look at this, in the 2.5, 3 acre, 4 acre lots are very nice lots. There's a lot of people that don't want to be in dense properties. These folks especially, they don't want to be any more dense than that would be. But there's a lot of people that are out there wanting large lots to build their home on and have some piece of the land to take care of. Not everybody's set for taking care of 2.5, 3, 4 acre lots, because it takes a little more work to take care of that than it does a yard and where you got the high density. But there's a lot of people, and that will keep the rural area rural by having these larger lots.
Okay. And question, Commissioner Wilkie, you may know, or staff, but as far as there was a danger, as far as there was, someone was worried about the connection to Blanton Road. Is there any concern about
Well,
that?
my road, my road's McCann that I go into Timber Hill Drive where I live, and I'm the road right before you get to the interstate, going to the west. We've had a couple accidents lately at Trilby, where Trilby connects to Blanton. It's been dangerous here lately for some reason or other. I don't know why. Cars overturned right there, and some other accidents happen. But everybody's being very careful about how they drive out there on that road. And to the point that I've actually gone further with the fire department out at Blanton. They don't have your normal signal lights and all stopping traffic. And some of my neighbors out there mentioned to me one day that the fire engines were trying to come out to go either to the interstate or to an accident, and they couldn't hardly get out because at that certain time, they had a lot of cars on Blanton right in that area. So I've asked if we could get some kind of flashing lights or something of that nature in front of that fire station, so when they do come out, those lights go on and make it safer for the public out there, along with our emergency teams going out. So,
Let me ask this, for safety, do you think it would work if we had, first of all, I'd like to protect the tree canopy along Blanton Road so it stays natural.
Right.
But I would also think that at the entryway and then maybe a light before, a light after, that we have this acreage share in the cost to put like 3 street lights. 1 at and 2 before and after to kind of give it a little bit light for nighttime.
but you mean on Blanton Road?
On Blanton Road.
I don't know, that's somebody else with the administration, maybe.
Well,
Mr.
as a resident
Bala.
commissioner,
I have to, I mean, it'd probably I know it would lighten it up, and I mean, sometimes it's dark out that way because you're out in the country, but most people don't want lights.
I
You
can't
know,
get
that
that, I
type
can't
thing.
get that information, that's what I'm asking you.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
but I think some lights are okay, but there's quite a few homes right along that same area. I don't think they'd want lights
Okay.
shining their windows all the time. I wouldn't want to do that.
So I'll share my thoughts as far as from what I see. I'm comfortable with the acreage. I'm not comfortable if we don't have, knowing that we got a clear precedent not to allow this to keep on going. If you're telling me this spring we're going to have something coming in for Res 1's not going to be even allowed, so this won't be able to happen again.
I personally will be fighting not to get any denser than that.
So, and I think that's the biggest fear that everybody's got is that.
Oh, I understand
Going
that.
forward. So
Yeah,
if we can
and I
protect,
agree.
if we can protect the people from that, and we know from staff that Res 1's not going to be allowed in this rural area any longer, and that won't happen for anything, the neighbor next door, anybody else coming in from here on through, I've got comfort with it.
Right. I think that's right.
Commissioner Whitman.
Chair, Amy, so 4 homes could go on there currently,
Currently,
and we're looking at adding 2 more,
correct,
Oh,
Yes, so
6 total,
correct.
it's 6 total.
And that includes the 1.7 acres
Yeah.
including, so 6
total.
total, including the 1.7.
Correct.
It's not 7, it's 6.
So,
Yeah.
Amy,
Stop it. Stop it right now.
Well, it's actually 6 max. That's what it is.
Amy, you got 17.96 acres, and you got a zoning category that allows 10,
Oh, correct.
so that would be 2.
So they would need to rezone to achieve the 4.
So they still need they need a rezone to get to 4.
Correct.
So
Okay.
from 2 to 6.
Where are we at? Motion?
well, I'm with you, Commissioner Oakley, and you, I would never allow Res 1. That Res 1 would just cost the county a lot of money in services, and
Yeah, we-
sprawls, and not good. This is not Res 1. I mean, I know
This is
you call
not a
it,
place for Res 1.
it's not Res 1, it's not Res 1.
No.
I'm looking at, I just texted my husband, we did a subdivision that is tucked into some of our property, called Aristida, where I live, and we do have half acre, 1 acre, and larger lots. And we allow horses in there. If you have an acre, you can have a horse.
Yeah.
But 2 to 3 acres, that's fine for me.
That's a
on
large
this-
lot.
On this road here, considering the conditions around it. Never one.
Yeah.
One.
I move approval.
Yeah, I'll second that.
You're moving approval of staff's recommendation,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Did I get a second?
Roll call? You got a second?
seconds.
Commissioner Starkey.
Okay.
Roll call vote?
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Wegman.
Nay.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Yeager.
Nay.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
I'm going to go aye, knowing that the residents are going to be protected.
Yeah.
Motion passes 3-2.
Next.
Item P62.
P62, we have proof of publication in the December 17th, 2025 edition of the Tampa Bay Times, supplemented by an affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
All right. Item P62, PDE 26-0135, is an ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for a comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map 2-15 and sheet 14, changing from COM commercial to PD plan development on approximately 32.51 acres of real property located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Old Pasco Road and Overpass Road, and a text amendment to Sub-Area Policy Flu 7.1.60 Adrian Phillip, and an amendment to the future land use map 2-9, amending Sub-Area map 2-960 Adrian Phillip. providing for additional text amendments as necessary for internal consistency, providing for repeal or severability, and an effective date. This item comes before you as the adoption hearing for this comprehensive plan amendment, and PDE comes forward with a recommendation to adopt the proposed amendment by roll call vote. This also has a companion zoning, item P67.
Okay, any questions for staff? I'm going to fire a few questions. The way we had built this interchange, we spent $65 million, and we were pushing hard to have jobs created. Was the way this set up, we didn't have any residential in the zoning?
That is correct. It was actually in the comprehensive plan. So this is a similar scenario that was just approved. It was flu with a sub-area policy that restricted it to only commercial, restricted residential, so no residential. And it also had provisions to align with the Northeast rule or the transition area, I believe, but that was removed earlier this year. So we removed those as well.
Okay. So again, trying to create jobs, and you've heard me say, matter of fact, we just had a gentleman in here, we just gave a big economic development award to Lane Mendelson. And Lane had a place on Old Pasco Road by the fire station. It was a giant-sized place. When COVID hit, people didn't want to work didn't want to come back to work. He sold the place, bought a place all the way down to State Road 56 because he couldn't find anything he could buy and own.
Right.
Now, I will tell you that he's down there now, talked to him today about it, and he's trying to expand this business from there. In the whole complex he's in, he can't buy a place, he can't rent the place. Now, you've heard me talk to this item before as it's come before, and I've always said that there's a market out there for office that's unmet and hasn't been met. And in talking to Mr. Hobby, who we hear from, many times I've said there is a market there. I had him contact with Lane directly, and I will tell you, I went a little bit further today, and I drove down, when I drove in today, I drove down Overpass Road, went down across, down Old Pasco Road, down Overpass Road, up 75, and actually videoed it. Matter of fact, if you would, maybe you can even share the pictures while I'm talking, to get a good firm handle as far as what I see when I go down there. So as I look at it, you've got prime space at an intersection that we spent a lot of money on, and I don't think we did it to just create more apartments. I know right down below, we took that spray field area, made the industrial park there. We thought it was like 24 acres. I did initially at 24 acres. We got a 99-acre industrial park. We now have Johns Hopkins Hospital going across the street.
Yeah.
Now, I think everywhere you look at every single hospital coming in, what happens? Doctors' offices are everywhere.
All right around.
So we are creating demand, what we have across the street, to have all these doctors' offices, other things coming in that are going to be high-income jobs that we wanted to see when we spent all this money in interchange, not to just get more residential, which is frankly clogging up our streets, and it's going to be worse when all these other old Pasco apartments go online, but to go put more apartments out here. I think it just goes completely against what was planned for the intersection all the way through. And I even talked to another gentleman today who wasn't really looking in this particular area, but he's been looking for space, office space. He can't find it because he wants to buy it and own it as well. Right. Can't find anything. So with that said, I know this development first going to live local, which drew a lot of attention for a lot of things, but we've been pushed back real hard on this, and our staff has been pushed hard on it too, to drive this thing through. But I'm just telling you, this is such a prime piece of property that, again, we set it up to be commercial for a reason.
There's a need there for it.
Yeah. All right, any other questions not for staff? Okay. All right, to the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby, Hobby & Hobby, PA 109 North Brush Street. I haven't been sworn yet. I was hoping that we could hear from staff, since this has a proposed binding concept plan that goes with the companion rezoning. I think it would be in the board's interest and the public's interest to hear what the actual proposal is, because the sub-areas are only telling you a very small part of this story, and I think the board needs to hear that and the public does as well before a decision is made.
So you want to hear from you want to hear the zoning?
I was
presenters
hoping
as well?
to take the zoning with this, so staff would make that presentation, then I would make my joint presentation after that.
Right, but I heard we weren't going to hear the zoning until a following meeting. Has that changed?
No, that's on today as well,
Yeah, it's back.
Commissioner.
Oh, no,
No,
that's on there, but I heard.
But it's a transmittal.
No, this is a small scale. I don't know if staff's misspoke.
Amy Tull, you're confusing North Pasco.
Oh,
That's
I'm
also
sorry.
on this agenda.
Okay.
So Adrian Phillips is a small scale, there's a companion MPD zoning. North Pasco is going to request the
All right,
continuance.
then, so you want staff to do the presentation on that first?
So I was hoping we could do the staff presentation on the MPUD that goes with this today.
Okay, is the board okay with that?
We have sworn them in.
We'll have
We
to
would.
Yeah,
Do you want me to do rezoning
let's do the
procedures?
swearing, sure.
There are two rezoning agendas, regular and consent. Staff will present each application to the Board of County Commissioners. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended approval and there is no opposition, the application will be considered by the board without further presentation. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended denial, or if there is opposition to the application, the applicant will be given 5 minutes for presentation. The opposition will be given 3 minutes for each individual, or 5 minutes for group representative, and the applicant will be given 3 minutes for rebuttal. Any individual disagreeing with staff or planning commission recommendation, or anyone wishing to object to any condition of the rezoning, may at this time request the petition be pulled from the consent agenda, in which case that application will be heard on the regular agenda later on during the meeting. Otherwise, all rezoning applications on the consent agenda will be approved by a single motion and vote. If you wish to speak to any petition, please give your name and address and whether or not you've been sworn for the record. These are quasi-judicial public hearings. The law in Florida is that mere public support or opposition of an application is insufficient for this board to take action. Please limit your comments to those criteria found within the board's land development code. Mr. Clerk, would you swear the public in for the rezoning agendas?
Yes, sir. Anyone intending to speak on any of the rezoning items to come up on the agenda, if you would please rise. Again, if you have any intent of speaking to a rezoning item, if you would please stand and please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in these matters is the truth, so help you God? At the time you come forward to the podium, please announce that you were sworn, so that will be of record. Thank you.
Okay,
As it relates to, I'm assuming this is P67?
Yes.
Okay, so we have proof of publication in the December 17th, 2025 edition of the Tampa Bay Times, supplemented by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
Good afternoon, William Vermillion, Planning Development Economic Growth. Before I get started today, we did have some ex parte submitted to the clerk's office for the record. This is PDE 267837, the companion rezoning to the comprehensive plan amendment. This is to allow the maximum development of 73,500 square feet of commercial retail, 74,000 square feet of office, 275 hotel rooms, 125 platted townhome units, and 325 multifamily apartments, or the original 315,000 square feet of commercial and associated infrastructure on approximately 32.5 acres. And the reason that I say or, in some later slides, I'll get into a couple of wrinkles with this one as it pertains to the land entitlements and the amount of months in which certain entitlements are valid versus the original 315,000. This is located at the northeast corner of Overpass Road and Old Pasco Road in the Central Market area. Here's the location map showing the aerial just to the south, Overpass Road, as well as Old Pasco Road as you move to the west. The existing zoning, the existing future land use reflecting COM commercial. Here is a context map showing the area in general with the subject site Overpass Road and Old Pasco Road. It is worth noting that the completion of the Old Pasco widening on the CIP is due to be done in November of 2026 this year. To the northwest, you have the Cypress Creek School Campus. To to the north, the existing Grantham MPUD, which is single-family detached housing. As you move across 75, moving east, you have the Wildcat Bales Connected City MPUD, which is the site of the Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital. And then as you move to the south of the Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital across Overpass Road, you have the Wesley Chapel District Park. And then as you move further back to the east, south of Overpass Road, or to the west, you have Life Church MPUD, which is single-family detached, and further south from that is the Overpass Business Park MPUD. This is the master plan, which doesn't show you too much, but we do have a binding concept plan, which can shed a little bit more detail. So here in the mixed-use proposal, and before I get started on explaining what's happening in this binding concept plan, this binding concept plan is valid with those entitlements that I previously mentioned: the commercial, the hotel, the office, the multifamily, and the platted townhomes, for a period of 24 months in which the applicant has time to submit building permits. If those building permits are not submitted within 24 months, the application for such building permits, this property for the remaining 4 years of the MPUD's expiration date of the 6 years would revert back to that 315,000 square feet of commercial retail. So it really is an option in which we give this mixed-use product a time to develop, and if they don't, we're still left with the original entitlement here that a lot of the board seems to like at this location. However, it does give this mixed-use development a chance to come to fruition. So explaining this binding concept plan here, the entrance off of Old Pasco Road to the south where that four laning has occurred, there is a main boulevard in effect that's being created in between the mixed-use commercial buildings there as you move into the property, buildings D and B, which are commercial non-residential buildings which have on-street parking alongside them and are pulled up to the roads, as well as having proper pedestrian infrastructure there as indicated by the yellow dashed line and the blue dashed line. That yellow dashed line is indicating that it's a 10-foot path in which these buildings would be fronted on with that on-street parking. As you move across the roundabout, you get to your first vertically integrated mixed-use building, which is building MF1 there, which is also lining the street with angled parking. To the south of that, another non-residential building, and then that building HA is for the hotel. You can see the platted townhomes are at the eastern extent of the property there that has a trail that both meanders the stormwater facility as well as bifurcates the townhomes to allow the residents of the townhomes to both activate the mixed use portions of the property as well as the central park amenity, which is central to this mixed use development. The MF2 building that you can see along the central park is also vertically integrated as well with some office space. And the buildings MF6, MF5, MF4, and MF3, those are single-use residential buildings, all of which oriented along a pedestrian network, a centralized park amenity that allows residents to be able to access the mixed-use portions of this project. It is worth noting that in between buildings MF6 and MF2, the applicant and staff worked to create a park feature that breaks up the otherwise what would have been a large parking field in between building MF6 and MF2. So there is a nice secondary park feature that breaks up what could be a monotonous sea of parking.
Yes, Mr. Strecker.
I understand what makes MF1 a vertical mixed-use building. I think there's a commercial piece there up on the corner. What makes MF2 a vertical mixed-use building, since you have it called out as?
Sure. So right now contemplated, of course, it's all rough. There's not exactly end users in for each one of these buildings, but right now it is slated to have some office in that southern quadrant of MF2. In the conditions of approval, we do have a minimum amount of square footage that does have to be vertically integrated within both of these buildings.
Okay, so it could be like a WeWork kind of
Yes,
thing
ma'am.
or something. Great.
Absolutely. You do also see, as you move south, this project provides 2 pedestrian connections to the pedestrian facilities on the north side of Overpass Road, which can allow pedestrians to access as you move towards Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital, and a hotel that can allow people to stay at for tournaments and sports that happen at Wesley Chapel District Park. as well as 3 pedestrian connections to the overpass road pedestrian facilities, which will allow students that would be able to walk to school, if I went back to that context map, to that Cypress Creek school campus. And through the previous projects, I know that we've worked with through the board, we've done a good job of getting the pedestrian facilities along this road up to the schools and then all the way up north to 52. And so, as I previously mentioned, there's 24 months to submit a building permit application for this mixed-use project. And after that time, this would revert back to the original 315 square feet of commercial retail. But the nuance to the commercial retail is we actually did add new design guidelines to the original 315,000 square feet of commercial retail, to the extent that the original proposal of the original approval actually came to fruition after the 2-year period. It is more planning forward and planning sound than the original approval in 2020 by way of limiting some of the sizes of some uses that we know the commissioners aren't necessarily fans of, as well as creating some building orientation of those non-residential uses along an internal drive aisle. There are a couple variations with this project here. The first from 901-6011, the street access to adjoining property. The applicant requests to not provide an interconnection to the north or to the east due to existing site constraints. If I was to take you back. To the north is the platted Grantham MPD, but in between there's actually a stormwater drainage easement there that serves as drainage retention for the widening of Old Pasco Road. And then of course, as you move towards I-75, there's a Category 1 wetland there. The other variation request from 8056, restrictions on post-development wetlands and upland buffers. This is for the maintenance of common areas, for the applicant and the master developer to be able to retain those common areas in their maintenance. From 905-2, from internal landscaping and buffering, this is to reduce the buffering in between uses within this mixed-use project in order to promote walkability. And then from 907-1G, parking requirements. Right now,
what are the parking requirement changes?
Yes, sir. So the applicant is proposing 1.6 spaces per dwelling unit instead of the requirement of, it's usually 2, plus the additional 0.25 for visitor parking, which comes to a total of 2.25. The applicant's requesting 1.6. This is well above the Institute of Transportation Engineers 85th percentile of parking calculations required for a development such as this, especially when you talk about the mixed-use component and shared parking that can occur legally through the code by right, anyhow, with the spaces that are going to be allowed by the non-residential development.
You know, I'm a little confused why are we allowing that change when, with all the apartments we've got, which we're oversupplied on, I think the Schimberg report clearly shows that to keep us out of live local, but one of the things we said we were going to do is to make sure our parking requirements, we're going to keep it at 2.25. So that was something that we talked about, but I don't know why you give the variance for that.
Sure. From a planning perspective, it allows for a more compact development that's not overrun by seas of parking and allows pedestrians to more easily access the non-residential mixed-use development that's occurring to the south, especially when it's the Institute of Transportation Engineers says that this is above the 85th percentile of required parking.
I've got the same engineers that tell me State Road 54 is not crowded. Go ahead.
Yeah.
This does come to you guys with a no, not to you guys, to the commissioners with a recommendation of approval of the proposed substantial amendment with the attached conditions of approval.
That's what I call fair.
I'm here for any more questions. I did catch myself that time.
I wonder what they really call us.
All right, so before you go,
Yes, sir.
I asked when I had a meeting with, in my ex parte, I had my assistant Sonia pull up a presentation from says January 2nd, 2025. And on it, it actually shows there were 5 to 6, there actually shows 5 multifamily buildings. And now you've gone to 6, though you have some mixed use down below. But you've increased the number of buildings for that. For the hotels, there were 2 hotel sites, and now you've gone down to 1 hotel site. So I don't see where we've made improvements on this project, other than for you to have a little bit more. Maybe that's just because of some design with your use, but I don't know. I think it's actually gotten worse from what was actually back in January.
Sure, sure. Gina, are you pulling up? I don't recall that. To full transparency, we've worked on this plan for about 3 years, so I've seen 14 or 15 iterations of this one. I know at one point in time we did have multiple hotels, but as the design discussion was modified throughout the course of the years, some of those uses did change slightly for our internal design. So to the extent that the commissioners are seeking an additional hotel, I'm sure the applicant would be more than willing to address if they could or could not add that hotel in.
Okay. So let me just talk one more thing. With the Schimberg report, it shows that we do have an oversupply of market rate apartments, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe the number at 120% specifically for Pasco counties in the study that was done was 10,000 dwelling units of multifamily, 120% AMI, and that at 140% AMI, they didn't have a study for Pasco County, but they did study the Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater MSA.
I'm just confused why staff would approve commercial land that we had set aside at an interchange to allow more residential when we said we didn't want residential. And then to give the parking break and then even allow more buildings for multifamily, less hotel. It just doesn't seem to go along with what we've talked about in the past.
Sure, and I can't speak to the surplus housing study. I wasn't a part of that.
You're not aware of it?
I am aware of it. I'm just saying I wasn't a part of the study in which it came to fruition. So I'm not going to speak to the study, but I can speak to.
Hold on. Isn't that relevant information as a planner to kind of go through and kind of study what's around you? I mean.
Oh, absolutely. It is relevant. And I would say that housing in this area is still needed, even though there's a surplus for the entire county. I don't think it speaks to a surplus in this particular area. I don't think it breaks it down into that level of granular detail. And I think with the employment coming online, coupled with Double Branch and Johns Hopkins, as well as to the south at the business park, I think that making the leap that residential is something that would be necessary here is not one that is a far leap to make.
Well, let's take a look. You got John Hopkins right beside it. Big doctor's hospital. A lot of doctors going to be looking for office space around. There's a shortage of office space around where doctors can actually own their own building and go forward, knowing that the doctor's going to want to be nearby. This seems to me would be actually a great spot for office space compared to not. So I'm not sure why, as much as you get industrial jobs for distribution centers, again, it's not job creators like this one could be. And again, for us to look at COM and to go and allow more multifamily when we be pushing harder for the commercial development of office space, it strikes me why we wouldn't look. If you could, oh, you know what? I sent my pictures to Gina Jeffers. My videos, oh, there she is. All right. Can you show my videos so I just can review this a little bit so everyone can see it? And I got the view on overpass. They didn't come through yet. All right.
What's the video of?
It just shows you coming down from overpass going across I-75. I sent them earlier today, so.
I do think it is worth pointing out that this mixed-use development with its entitlements does generate more and additional operating revenue for the county in terms of ad valorem taxes as a proportion of the BCC operating costs. The original $315,000 would roughly generate $500,000 per year in ad valorem to the operating budget. The mixed-use development would generate about $1 million per year.
Okay.
Can you go? Can you go back to the? Sorry. Can you go back to the site plan?
Certainly.
So in A, commercial, non-residential, restaurant, retail, office. So they can't have office in there. In A, B, C, and D. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but there is a possibility for office there. It makes me think of North Point where there's restaurants below and offices above. And certainly that's a great opportunity here. Thank you.
Absolutely.
What's the parking ratio at North Point?
I don't know the parking ratio off the top of my head, but I can have that pulled up.
You can't park in the front very often, but you can park in the back.
I'm just telling you, whenever
You
it's
can
close to
go in the back.
1.6,
You just don't think about going in the back.
it's zero parking. But I'm sure they had good logic why they did it.
It's like my daughter-in-law's favorite place to go because it's nice, it's pretty. I mean, it's a very nice North Point.
No, it is, you just
It's a
got
lovely
parking.
development.
Any other questions? Okay.
How many apartment units are in there?
Yes, ma'am. It'll be 325 is the maximum.
That is a lot. Okay.
Commissioners Clark, Hobby, and Hobby PA. If I could have my time for both of these items, and if I can get my PowerPoint pulled up, that would be great. I'll run you guys through this shortly, and then I want to focus on some higher level things. But let me start off by saying this. This is how I look at this project. The project is located at Overpass and Old Pasco. When the county acquired the right-of-way to build the interchange at Overpass, it also acquired the rights that go with creating access to Overpass Road. For that reason, the existing owner tried to market the property and met with very little success. No one was interested except like a gas station guy and a one-off, like Taco Bell kind of use, because they don't have the access that the larger users want to have. And so a series of things started to happen, and this Live Local project idea came up during that time, and I was called by our client, who's the Ryan Companies that I'm going to speak to in a minute. And I said, and the Ryan Companies folks said, we will absolutely not invoke and not be involved in a project that invokes Live Local and tries to take commercial property, take the tax benefits out of the county, and convert it without any zoning rights of the county commission to an affordable housing project. So we wouldn't be involved. And I've spent the last 2+ years working with your staff to create what I believe this board really wants. And we hear this all the time. I'm gonna hammer on a couple of things, and y'all hear this all the time. Where's my place to go? I'm so tired of drive-ins. I'm so tired of going to places that only have quick-serve restaurants. There's no place for my family to go. I was promised all this stuff in East Pasco, and there's nothing for us to do, and everything's based on convenience trips in a car, and everybody's got a drive-through. There are no sit-down restaurants. There are no quality office places right now. There's a few smaller office places, but there's no sense of place. A place like I'm going to show you does not exist in our county right now. And what we're talking about doing is building a town center type development where people will pull in there, and they're going to park in their angled parking and get out and walk over to this Central Park, and they're going to go in the restaurants, and they're going to take their kids around in this open, oversized Central Park that's heavily amenitized with gigantic sidewalks, with a lot of the mindset that is going into the development that we all saw at Wiregrass and that the board heavily supported there. That's what we're trying to do here. And what happened was we got the Ryan Companies, and I'm going to start going through our presentation now. The Ryan Companies is one of the largest mixed-use developers in North America. They know what they're doing, and there are very, very few of these folks that actually build the buildings, know how to build mixed-use product. It's not just, hey, I'm going to sell off a pod for this and a pod for that, and I hope somebody builds nice stuff. Absent what Pulte's going to build on the townhouse portion of this project, and we're very happy to have them, and they build much nicer than entry-level townhouses. Ryan is not only developing it, they're building the buildings, and it's high-end stuff. Large company with a national presence. They've made large investments in other Pasco projects over many years that you see here including the first Amazon facility that got built near 54. They've got medical office stuff that they built. This is one example of what these guys have built and are building, this mixed-use project called Highland Bridge. It is a massive town center that is a huge economic benefit for the area in which it's built. I believe it's in Minnesota. Yeah, it's in St. Paul, Minnesota. But people love going there. They love living there. They love working there. And that's what this project's going to do. You know where the site is. I don't need to bore you on that and the background.
Clark, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's going to be our B, D, and C 2-story to 3-story?
They can be, but they're not required to be. Let me give you an example. So there's a chance that what D is may be a hotel, and we specifically called out the right to have it be multi-story for that purpose. Our current design has it as retail, but the main thing you all got to understand about this design and the layout is if you look along the frontage of the site, the one thing that's conspicuously missing that we see on every other commercial site is where are my out parcels? That's what normally finances commercial only projects.
Yes.
And I've got clients, I spend a lot of my time building those around the southeast, and we do very well doing it. There are not, this is my only client that I have other than the Wiregrass guys that can build a true town center setup like this. They are not out there. They're just not. And the reason why there aren't is it's hard as hell to do, and it's very expensive to do. And the only way you're able to build these vertically mixed-use buildings like this has, which includes, it's gonna have a 12 to 15,000 two-story WeWork facility that will cost $4 to $5 million, okay? We don't have anything like that in Pasco County. And we don't have anything that's pedestrian-oriented so that local restaurants will go in there. The national chains are not gonna go in this site. The only site that even allows a drive-through is the small parcel A, and we're hoping that that may be, without throwing a name out there, a national coffee use that a lot of people drink. The rest of them, we're talking to a series of local restaurants. We're talking to some steak chains. We're talking to some locally based steak chains. That's what our community needs. This whole thing is driven by this binding concept plan, and I've never worked on a project that has this level of specificity and requirements. And I want to echo one thing that staff said before that I think is critical. The multifamily in this project cannot receive any COs until they build at least 15,000 square feet of vertically mixed-use stuff in buildings MF1 or 2, and they build all of the pad-ready stuff for the balance of the site. So it's not ever gonna happen that this site is just a multifamily only. This all works together, but it's the townhouses and the multifamily that are subsidizing the retail. Again, you all are no dummies. We don't see anybody building anything like this because they can't afford it. You need a critical site like this to do it on. And that's why my client, Johns Hopkins, is so adamant in supporting this project. When we got the Johns Hopkins MPUD approved with Wildcat, it included 725 potential multifamily units. The pad area grew so big for the hospital and their internal medical office building. It's important you all know. The Johns Hopkins project is going to have 300,000 to 400,000 square feet of its own medical office building, Commissioner. That's where it's going, where it should go on their site. But they want this project because they want the people who are in, families who have people in the hospital, children in the hospital, and their employees to have a place to live, work, and play. And this project's in the South Market area, and you all moved it into the urban service area within the last year. But I assume that's my first 5 minutes, yeah. The reason why it's located in those two things and why we're doing what we're doing today is because the South Market area specifically says that you're supposed to create vertically mixed use residential. You're supposed to bring more density and intensity, and you're supposed to promote higher density compact development that creates mixed-use communities that are live-work. That's what the comp plan says is supposed to go here. I mean, you know, I know we built a lot of other stuff in the South Market area and in the urban service area, but this is what we've been supposed to be doing all along. This is the right use. And I would say, it was pointed out by one commissioner, the project does include the ability to build a minimum of 74,000 office. So Commissioner, it does include that. It's got the retail, it's got the office, it's got the hotel, it's got the townhouses, and it's got the multifamily. Those are the complementary uses that you need to put in very close proximity with pedestrian connectivity to create a town center. And that's what we're doing here. That's what the area needs. It makes more money for the county than the existing zoning. It doesn't, and one more thing, just to further clarify what staff said about the existing zoning. You know, the board has gotten very picky about which C2 and C1 uses are allowed in our commercial areas. The existing MPUD has almost none of that regulation. We can go out and build a bunch of gas stations, self-storage, you know, mini storage and crap like that we already have too much of in the county. This fixes that. And even if this project didn't build out that way, we added new design guidelines if there are no residential in here at all to prevent some of those uses happening. So it's a win-win for the county, I believe. Couple just last things I would say. The area around the site is being 4-laned, as we talk about. It goes past the school, and Barbara Wilhide's client is building a little further than that. So by the time this project gets built, it'll be a 4-lane road past the school, including a brand new multi-use path. So our students on this site are gonna walk out there to the multi-use path, walk up the road and go to the elementary or high school.
They're gonna get on those
Or get on their bike or scooter or whatever. And then the employees are gonna walk down to overpass and walk over to the hospital right across the road. And we upscale all of the walkways on the site. We are putting in more landscaping than I've seen in any other project to create a great town center feel. We moved the buildings up to the right-of-way. All great and important urban design things. But again, we could leave things the way they are today. There's no question we could. And what's going to happen is the board is going to be leaving in place a commercial development form that people only drive around in cars and go to uses like gas stations and quick serve restaurants that they can do anywhere else. And if the board wants that, you can do that. But it is extremely short-sighted in my opinion, and we need to give this quality mixed-use developer the opportunity to build the kind of sense of place that we hear every day ought to be built. And I'll say one other thing, and I'm gonna try not to get emotional because it's important to me. My dad grew up in a rental house 2 blocks that way, and he lived there till he was age 13. And the reason why his family lived there is because they walked to work right in these buildings over here. And they shop downtown. You have to have these uses together. There's nothing wrong with rental properties when they're located in the right areas. This isn't the gated community that you see with every other apartment community. This is an actual community where people will live, work, and play. This is what we should be doing. And that's what made my family grow out of that little ward house over there and made my dad the man that he ended up becoming. So thank you.
Thank you. Gina, would you try those videos? So this just takes you from Overpass Road, going across to where the site is. And to me, visibility is a big thing. There's a great opportunity to have an office where people can actually be seen from the highway. This is the middle one, but I tried the worst one of them all. All right, anyway, the technology. All right, so anyway, the exposure from I-75 is huge. Now, Clark, you and I had talked many times about other opportunities that are out there as far as to get jobs. And I know you're told by these people, but I know you've talked to Lane himself. And literally where Lane is at, he told you, he looked all around, he couldn't find any office space that he could own and buy. Nothing. He goes to the new place, and now he's growing so fast, he can't get out of that place, or he can't buy another place in there, even to rent right now, because there's no office space available.
And Commissioner,
I'm going to finish.
Yes, sir. Okay, I thought you were asking me something.
Not yet, I'm commenting first.
Okay, yes, sir.
All right. So I know we've talked about this for over a year plus.
Right.
And I said there's a market out there, and you told me that there's nothing out that you can find. I will tell you the people that developed this park that Lane is at right now, they have done this continually, successfully, and I asked them if they're in the market to do more, and they said, absolutely, we'd love to see it. Love to go do it.
Yes, sir.
So for you to tell me, or the board, that there's not that opportunity out there, I don't think you guys have looked at it, or I think you're being told from Ryan the wrong thing. Now, when we looked at things from many, many years ago, when we set up our comprehensive plan, we put all our employment centers together, this overpass road wasn't in there because it wasn't an overpass yet.
Right.
Since it became that, we wanted to create jobs out of there.
Right.
Now, with all the things going on, part of the reason I want to show the video is from the highway, just like down below with the other project, which you were great at doing with Rooker.
Right.
Down below, bringing those big industrial jobs in.
Right.
This is a different product. I think there's an opportunity to do elevated office buildings going all the way up.
And Commissioner, I think you're spot on. There might be a slight misunderstanding of what this project can and does allow. If I might, and I'm not trying to cut you off. The point of these non-residential buildings is that they can have retail or office or both. They can be single or double story, okay? And if Lane or anyone else wants to come in and build more of those buildings, other than what we're gonna build, like I said, we are building office. That's what WeWork is. We're building a very large, it's the most expensive WeWork building that has been built in the county. But if Mr. Mendelson, our friend, wants to come in and occupy and take some of this down, we have both the entitlements and we have the buildings to do it. There's nothing to stop it. It can only be one of three things: office, retail, or mixed use. That's all those buildings can be. So it's doing what you want, and I believe what you're gonna find, Commissioner, it's going to provide the opportunity to build nicer office than we even have because of the amenities there. And that's what, when we look at places like Midtown has a lot of office space, and in Tampa, and granted, it's at Dale Mabry 75, but what the young people, the young workers are looking for is highly amenitized developments that they can walk to on site with their office that have retail and other services. And that's why Midtown got Tico's moving in there, and I think a 500,000 square foot building. This is what I think the employees are going to want.
So I think that, again, before you had 5 multifamily buildings,
Right.
now you got 6. Now you get a couple of stories or a couple of floors of the WeWork. I'm talking about office, doctor spaces, and multi-level. I don't know how tall these buildings are going to be. 3
All of them
stories,
are
4
allowed
stories?
to, any of the ones in blue can be multi-story. And I can't remember what the height is, but it's very high, because we're in the urban service area and we more or less got rid of the height requirements in most of them. Do I think it's going to be a 10-story building? Very unlikely. But if the demand is there, this is Ryan Company. This is a multi-billion-dollar company that's built office space all over North America. If the demand is there, they're going to try to meet it. That's their job.
I'm going to disagree with you, because if you're going to talk about doing multi-story, where you should be putting the multi-story is out toward where that lake is, where it can be seen from I-75. And you're only going to see it from elevated things from 3 stories up that you're going to go to. So by putting the townhomes out there, you're taking away the best property that could be out there for your office space that could go vertical and create that demand. You're actually minimizing it by putting the office there. That's the worst place you could put the townhomes, in that spot there, if you're going to really create office. So with the demand that's out there, as I say, he can't find any. The developer says he would build some. But you are taking it away by setting up the design the way it gets set. You cannot go vertical with the townhomes there. You're not going to see it from the highway. You don't get the benefit. All the big buildings you see on all the major roadways, that's where the visibility is. You're blocking it by the townhomes being out there to the front.
I would disagree for one reason.
Go ahead.
Johns Hopkins had this site under contract before they went across the road. And do you know why they didn't go on this site? If you look to the east of that pond, there's a gigantic cypress dome in there, and the trees are about 60 or 70 feet high. You can't see it from the highway. It completely blocks it. That's why Hopkins went across to the other site at Wildcat, because I was there.
If you come from the south, you can see it from across. If you're coming down the highway and you're up 6, 7, 8 stories, you can see it. It's above that. And you can have the very top of the building.
I'm only telling you what the actual hospital decision was. That was the biggest reason why Johns Hopkins didn't go on this site, because it does not have the visibility because of the wetland system. I mean, I'm only telling you, that's a fact.
And again, I was trying to get the videos up to show you actually see
It's a
more.
fact. I mean, that's why they went across there. I was on the phone call with them.
Yeah. So with the visibility, you can't get to 75, and you can see it from coming through with the interchange coming up and down through.
I'll have to leave at 5 o'clock today. Just letting you know.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
are we
And again, back to your, back
Yes,
to
sir.
the apartments. Go up and down, and yeah, from here to the school, it'll get 4-lane by the time this comes out of the
Right.
ground. What am I gonna do with everything? I got apartments up in 52 on this side of the road, on Old Pasco, still 2-lane. I don't have that funded.
We're not generating any more
I'm not
traffic.
through. Let me finish my statement first.
Yes, sir. Okay.
I can go back down to the south, all the way to Old 54. I got all these new apartments coming in here. I got jammed traffic up and down 54. And I know I can see all the traffic studies in the world to tell me we're not failing. But we're crowded. And that people are tired of getting crowded. To bring more apartments in when it could be focused on just jobs would be a much better way to go.
If I might say about the traffic, a fundamental assumption of this project is that it's designed specifically not to add any more traffic. It's trip neutral to trip negative. It doesn't generate any more trips, Commissioner. That's a fact. I mean, staff can tell you from the transportation study. We didn't do a new traffic study, and the reason why is we set the entitlements up specifically not to generate any more trips. So that's a red herring.
Well, if you're gonna bring trips, you're gonna tell me you're not gonna generate more trips, but you're gonna tell me all the people from the area are gonna go to all these nice places that are inside here, that's gonna generate trips. And if these
It's
people are gonna go to school.
315,000 square feet of commercial only on there now. When you have a mixture of uses, the trips stay on site. It's called trip capture. It's not going to have more trips, Commissioner. I understand you're opposed to the project. I do. I understand you're making your points, and I appreciate it. But
You made the statement, all these nurses and doctors are gonna walk over across overpass? You really think it's gonna happen?
they can.
When it rains, you think it's gonna happen?
They can, Commissioner. That's why.
I know they can.
Why do we spend the money on the multi-use pass if we don't want people to walk it? I mean, that's what we did.
The work, play, et cetera. But I'm telling you, as far as when it gets rainy, et cetera, you think it'll walk back and forth?
Well, it's not raining. I mean, I understand, Commissioner.
I'm just saying.
I
even
wouldn't,
when
if it's
hot.
raining, I'm not
When
going
it's 90 degrees, are they gonna walk all the way across that? It's about a mile.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
You still have public comment. I'd
Yeah.
suggest you go to that,
All right.
and then you can have
Time for
debate
public
during the
comment?
rebuttal.
We have no one signed up for this item.
Yeah.
No questions.
The board.
I
Mr. Waitman.
I had some questions. I don't know, to staff or to Mr. Hobby. So you mentioned in the Wildcat site, there's 725 multifamily units that were associated with it. Are you saying those are not going to be built? Is that what you're?
What I can say, Commissioner, and you know, I've verified this with Johns Hopkins.
This is very
I know it's very important. I understand. Let me be very clear on it. That project, just on the Wildcat portion, not including the Bales portion, but just on the Wildcat portion that Johns Hopkins owns, has 725 multifamily units approved for it. When we got it approved, there was a portion of the development on the east side of McKendree Road, of the extension, the way it was done, that we anticipated would be a standalone apartment site. And there was a lot of discussion internally about maybe needing to sell that site to get some money to help build the apartment and to subsidize the hospital. But what happened was the road had to curve in such a way and so much right-of-way was needed for McKendree that all we're left with after the ponds are in for McKendree is 6 acres. Almost every multifamily project that's built now that has 300 units is on about 12 to 15 acres. And so what I can tell you, and this was reconfirmed this morning from my contacts at Johns Hopkins, they do not believe that in the short or intermediate term there's going to be any multifamily on their site at all. They don't anticipate that. Could there be in 25, 30 years? Potentially, but right now there's not enough land to do a multifamily project.
That could become office potential?
Could be. They have additional sufficient office entitlements over there, but they're not even investigating using any of their site for multifamily anymore because they just don't have the land. So they're trying to do hospital and medical office building on their sites.
So, because the correlation between the two sites are so close, I guess to our staff, how can we confirm that? Because that point that he's making is going to be a piece of the decision I want to make, and I'm not prepared to make a decision until we know what the bookend is doing.
Well, Commissioner, it's a matter of Acela records. The only site that's not already approved, that the main pad site already has its approval down by Overpass and McKendree on the Wildcat portion. The only site, if you look at the site plans for the road that you all have approved, there's only a 6-acre site left. That's it. I mean, that's simply not anywhere big enough to build apartments in a
appreciate
suburban form.
You confirming on the private sector side, but I really want confirmation from professional staff.
Okay, understood.
Predominantly because I'm still not over, and this is simply principle,
Right.
how this has come to fruition because of the state's Live Local Act. The only reason we're here talking about this is because the Live Local gun was pointed to our head, and I still haven't let that go from my crawl.
I understand.
And I'm trying, but it still is not sitting well. And so I want to look at the overall big picture of this area, if our staff members are also listening, because there's a plethora of housing that's been approved in Connected City.
Right.
Connected City's also supposed to have some level of downtown amenity that's not so far away.
Right.
And if I don't want this to be the reason that they don't build theirs, or vice versa. You know, I love to have competing places to go. But in the overall schematics of the big picture of this area and everything that's happening, we've literally got one opportunity to get it right. And the only reason we're talking about the residential component, there are pieces of this plan I like a lot. There are pieces of this plan I don't like at all.
Right.
So we're kind of stuck. But if I can get some help understanding the overall housing mix of what's to come and what's not to come, with what's happening with the building of the hospital and, you know, real life scenario, that's going to be a factor in my decision on this project. So if that answer can't become today, then maybe we baptize there to continue it, I guess, maybe. But I got to hear from all the U.S. board members over there.
David Engel, Planning and Economic Development Director. Commissioner Whiteman, you had asked if the staff was listening. I'm taking copious notes, got hand cramp. I will check in with the Johns Hopkins folks to confirm if or not they're going to put in a garden apartments on their project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And David, I'm going to go to Commissioner Oak in a second, but if you would, have the staff check and see how many parking spots are allowed at the North Point Plaza?
At North Point?
Yeah, did they go down to like a 1.6 number?
That's where the EDC is?
Where the EDC is, yeah.
All right. There's no residential in there. There's just commercial office. No, not in the downtown area.
No, not in the downtown. The board voted to add apartments.
There's garden apartments by Mettler.
Across from True.
All right, Commissioner Oakley.
Well, I just want to make a statement on when John Hopkins came to buy that property, and they were happy with the property, but I think after they got into it and bought it and was going to bring the hospital there, they found out that they wished they had bought a much bigger property, because I think they were gonna make the hospital even bigger than it can be on this site. But that's probably what's affected the fact that you can only have that 1 6-acre piece there. So they've used it up in other offices, doctor's offices and things like that.
Yeah.
Because I've heard they really like the site, they wish they even had more land.
Oh, yeah, the site they have now where they're building the hospital,
Yeah.
they love that site because it got better visibility
Right.
and had more land. They wish they did have more land, but the
Yeah.
requirement was when they had to get a super pad site for the hospital and their medical office building south of the road that had to be, I think the initial requirement was between 25 and 30 acres.
Right.
And once we put the right of way and all the ponds in there, that pretty much ate up almost all of the usable site.
That affected their site.
Yeah. Happy to answer any other
Did we take
questions.
public comment?
No public comment.
There
Back to the
wasn't
board.
anybody objecting.
Um,
From us.
You know,
Mr. Starkey.
thank you. We worked with the developers over and over again to get to where we are today. You can't have that vertical mixed use without some density around it. They don't, that's what feeds the machine. My angst has always been that those townhomes are not rear loaded. That's my thing. But other than that, I think this is a good addition to the community. As far as the multifamily, they won't get financing for it until there's a demand. I mean, that's what's going on right now, right? The funding's not quite there yet, so you won't see those come up yet. You might see the townhomes. I don't remember what the rules were there, but I think so close to the intersection of overpass and 75 is the right place for density. I would say when you're near a big infrastructure investment like that, that's where you put the density, and you leave it, and like out here in East Pasco, where you don't have all that infrastructure investment, you leave it less dense. So I'm okay with this. I think, I hope I can go have a wonderful meal here one day.
I will too. Another thing about this product, that this is gonna bring more ad valorem taxes, what I understand, than other projects on the same site. This one's gonna bring much more to the county.
Well, keep in mind, we talk about apartments, and you hear the sheriff say more demand for services, we're gonna have more deputies every year, we're gonna have 10 more because of the increased apartments we have out there. 20. So they may be bringing 20, so they may bring more money in, but you're gonna spend more money too. It's not a winner as far as that goes. As far as like all this, again, more apartments up and down, I mean, you've got so many that are still coming online up and down the street. Some of you have like little, rent signs because they have, you get so many buildings out there right now.
Yeah.
I mean, just to add that much more traffic at this point in time especially, while the other traffic's still going out there, I mean, you see it everywhere. I mean, I don't know, I hear about it. My people are telling me, no more, no more, no more. And then again, to take a commercial site that we wanted to create jobs on, it just, at a prime intersection, to go bring townhomes, and Pulte's fantastic, right? Great product, nothing but great things to say about Pulte. But as far as to bring in more multifamily, when you could have more office in there, when there's clearly demand. I mean, Lane, he will live right down the street. He would love to have been there.
Right.
Still could even expand, because he's got to expand out. He can't expand where he's at. We even had lunch today, David and I, with another group. Guy's trying to move his corporate headquarters from Palm Beach, from Tennessee to Texas, bring everything down to Pasco. You know what? He can't find a place to go back.
Starkey Ranch. We're waiting for him.
I'm just telling you.
We got a nice
Commissioner,
pad right there.
if you know of any of those people, put them in contact with me, and Ryan Company will bring them to Pasco County. That's what they do. Lane is a friend, and he's doing great things for the county. These guys do large-scale employment all over the U.S. We'd love to have them. Bring them on.
I don't know why they're not bringing more. I mean, literally, Clark. No, listen.
Yes, sir.
I told you about Lane. You met with Lane. Even the management company, the place he's at, if you talk to those people, they would say they would love to develop here.
I would be happy to talk with Mr. Mendelson. I think he's doing a great job, and he can take down some of our space.
It's not even, no, he's not a builder. I'm talking about the builder that's got the property, that's got it filled out. They do dental, they do medical, they do office.
No, I understand, but
But how do we not know these people to bring them into the market? And you tell me we don't have anybody out there. That's where I get the struggle with this.
No, all I was saying was, Commissioner, I think we misunderstood each other. I was talking about spec building, like 3-4 story office buildings in a suburban market by itself. That has been shown right now. It's been very weak for several years. It may be much stronger here because of the various elements and amenities of this site. That's what I'm saying. We may be wildly successful with office with this because the young people want to work in places that have the restaurants and the walkability and the park in it. That's what they're looking for, and I believe we will be successful. I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised, and I will work with Mr. Mendelson to try to help him.
It's not
work.
Mr. Mendelson, but it's the people that
people-
run the
I know,
park.
but-
You keep saying Mr. Mendelson. I'm talking about people that build these
Okay,
things.
the end users. Okay, I understand. Okay, I misunderstood you.
No.
Anyway, thank you very much. I believe the board will be very proud of this in years to come. I honestly believe that, and I honestly believe this is the highest and best use of this project for the county.
All right, so I'm gonna ask staff but if you would, Clark.
I'll stick around.
But the parking number, to go down to 2.25, from 2.5 to 1.675, I don't want to see what we got at North Point where you can't find a place to park.
No, you just can't park in the front, you have to go around the building.
The intention of our client.
Oh, and that's safe. But I mean, let's look, if it's not enough parking, it's not enough parking.
Commissioner, I can bring our client, I'll bring up Mr. Linden from Ryan Companies, and he can explain their intent. But I believe what the whole intent with this having all 3 elements in one site as opposed to North Point when they're broken up is it's much easier with a combination of uses to have shared parking. That's what the ITE code that staff was talking about, because when people leave certain retail uses at one time of the day, people come in and need overnight parking, and that's how shared parking works in a true mixed-use development like that. But I'm gonna let Nat, if you'll come up and just speak to what your intent is, because they're trying to create an area that isn't a sea of parking. That's the main intent.
And I don't want that.
Right.
I don't want people having not
I'm about to
find a
make
place to
motion.
park.
I'm about to make a motion to approve. Well, after he speaks, I'm gonna make a motion.
Hi, afternoon. I've been sworn in, Nathaniel Linden, Ryan Companies, 201 North Franklin Street, Suite 3500, Tampa, Florida 33602. The intent with the parking is that we are only providing what is needed. We've developed apartments throughout the country. We see that parking ratio is often in the ones, low ones, in dense urban areas, and it gets bigger as you get further out. In a mixed-use setting, we think 1.6 is absolutely viable, and we don't want to provide any more parking than is needed.
Okay, with that, I make a motion to approve.
62.
D62.
I'm not ready to
I'll
vote
second.
until we know.
Okay, you got a motion and a second.
Motion is second. Further discussion, Mr. Whitman?
Yeah, I'm not prepared to make a decision on this until we know the bigger picture of play here with what's going on at the Wildcat site. I want to know if they're going to have 725 units that they were preparing to build, that they're not able to build it now. Because if they're not, this is a significantly less number, and it's a mix of uses. So I think it's a fair question when you look at the overall picture and the schematics of this area. Johns Hopkins being thrown and injected right in the middle of this project as a basis to approve. I want to know what's going on their site here.
Okay.
Let's call the question.
All right, so roll call vote?
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Wakeman.
You vote yea or nay? You can't abstain.
Nay.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Yeager.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Nay, passes 3-2.
Second motion would be for 67, which is the companion zoning.
Have a motion?
Did you make a motion?
Move to approve.
Second?
Does not require roll.
Okay. Any further discussion? I'll just say that that parking thing is just, to me, gonna be a big issue, just like it is down the street, and Much as nice and fancy of the walkway and the roundabout, just like they have at North Point, we're gonna have the same thing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay?
4-1.
4-1.
Item P63, we have approved publication in the Tampa Bay Times, November 26, 2025.
Good afternoon, Amy Toll, Planning Development and Economic Growth. Item P63, being PDE 26-0004, is an ordinance by the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners amending the Pasco County Land Development Code, amending Section 802 Tree Preservation and Replacement, Section 802.1 Intent and Purpose, Section 802.2 Applicability, renaming Section 802.3 Tree Removal to Exemptions, creating Section 802.4 Tree Canopy Standards, Section 802.5 Tree Removal, Section 802.6 Problem Trees, Section 802.7 Tree Replacement and Mitigation, Section 802.8 Tree Mitigation Requirements, Section 802.9 Trees of Special Significance, Appendix A Definitions, and other sections as necessary for internal consistency, providing for applicability, prevaler and severability, inclusion into the Land Development Code, and an effective date. We do have staff here for a presentation. Today is the first first meeting on the Land Development Code amendment, so there is no action required.
Okay, presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Amanda Hill, Planning Development and Economic Growth. The purpose of this ordinance is to conduct a comprehensive update to Section 802, Tree Preservation and Replacement of the Land Development Code to enhance tree protection within the county as directed by the board. Key updates to this code includes the addition of standards and incentives for tree canopy preservation, enhanced requirements for tree removal, clarification of the tree mitigation fund references, new and revised definitions related to tree protection, and minor revisions throughout the code for internal consistency and restructuring of Section 802. At the August 21st LPA hearing, the LPA voted to continue the public hearing for the proposed amendments to remove outdated references to the Tree Mitigation Fund to September 18, 2025. The LPA desired to allow stakeholders time to engage with the BCC regarding the implications of Resolution Number 25-291. On September 18, 2025, the LPA voted to continue the public hearing to the November 20th hearing and requested staff to provide the comprehensive proposed revisions being made to Section 802 of the LDC for consideration. And that would be rather than only considering the changes that were related to the Tree Mitigation Fund. And as such, we went back to the LPA on November 20th, at which point the LPA found the proposed amendments consistent with the comprehensive plan. Revisions were proposed by the LPA and incorporated into the draft by staff. Items of note include streamlining of the priorities for canopy preservation and included additional preservation incentive credits beyond the proposed 20% preservation requirement. These credits would be applied towards the total monetary contribution due based on the calculation of the fees per inch. Additionally, there was additional clarification that the fees are applicable after the submission of a completed site plan in accordance with Sections 403 and 404 of the LDC. Staff completed multiple engagement opportunities with stakeholders over the last 6 months, including participation in public LPA workshops in June and August of last year, discussions with internal and external stakeholders, and the comments from those discussions were incorporated as applicable into the draft. And after the LPA hearing in November, staff also presented the revised draft to TBRPC's Tree Management Group. So I'll now summarize the highlights of the proposed ordinance, specifically focusing on the proposed canopy standards, enhanced tree removal standards, and the references to the Tree Mitigation Fund in the code. So for the purposes of calculating the existing tree canopy, the diameter at breast height, or DBH, of a tree will be used as a proxy for the coverage of the tree's canopy. Developments will be generally required to maintain 20% of the total number of inches of existing tree canopy that are 10 inches in diameter and larger. The canopy will include each tree and the associated native vegetation within the drip line of the tree, unless there is some sort of invasive species that's present, in which case those would be required to be removed. There are some special cases that would allow for the preservation requirement to be reduced or to be exempt. So specifically for mudroom and TND projects, by nature of the design of those projects, those would likely result in the preservation of additional trees in excess of the 5% as part of the development. For sites with a notable percentage of protected wetlands and associated buffers, reducing the requirement allows for the site to retain usage of the other areas of the property. For commercial sites that are less than 5 acres, this could potentially cause siting challenges, so as such, they are exempt from the requirements of the section of the code. For minor rural subdivisions, to maintain simplicity for families in rural areas interested in subdividing property, those are also proposed to be exempt. And lastly, for industrial and redevelopment projects, we would like to ensure that the employment generating potential is maximized, and those are also exempt. Now, not included in this table are bona fide agricultural lands. Those are already exempted from tree permit requirements in Section 802, but we also included language within this subsection that also excludes them from the requirements of the tree canopy preservation standards. Passive recreation facilities, including decks, boardwalks, paths, and trails, are allowed within the tree canopy preservation areas, and legal protection of the preservation area is required. Preserved trees are required to be located in areas that are not subject to flooding due to activities of related site development. Otherwise, appropriate drainage would be required to be installed. A key item that was discussed by the LPA was the provision of incentives for enhanced tree protection. Staff is proposing credits to incentivize the preservation of heritage trees, trees that are located within the landscape buffer, trees that are preserved adjacent to active recreational areas, and trees that are preserved in excess of the 20% requirement. If combined, these credits can result in a total discount of 75% to the total monetary contribution due to the tree mitigation fund. Additionally, in Section 802.5, the previous tree removal standards have been revised by removing the discretionary option for a representative sample in lieu of a tree survey and adding a requirement for the tree health to be included on the tree inventory for all trees that are greater than 24 inches. Moving on to the references for the tree mitigation fund. So the previous contribution rates are revised in accordance with resolution number 25-291, approved by the board in July of last year. Additionally, as a result of discussions with the development community, this section of the code also proposes the inclusion of a maximum contribution rate of $3,500 per upland developable acre. Staff is also proposing regular evaluation of the contribution rates to the tree mitigation fund to provide consistency to interested parties regarding the schedule of future changes. This evaluation will consider the inflation rate and other applicable factors, in addition to the performance of the existing tree protection standards. This subsection of the code also clarifies that the authorized locations, recipients, expenditures, distribution, and monitoring of funds shall be based on a resolution by the board. I do have some items for additional discussion with the board and some areas that I would like to request clarification from the board on. So at the LPA public hearings, the LPA expressed concerns regarding the appropriateness of setting the contribution rates to the fund through resolution rather than through the adoption of an ordinance. Staff did conduct additional research regarding this to consider the LPA's recommendation and observed that section 107 of the LDC fees authorizes the board to adopt by resolution all necessary fees to administer, implement, and enforce the code. And then it continues, the set fee may include provisions for consulting assistance as well. The LPA also noted that the previous fees were set by the board by resolution in 2005. However, it was better to execute future changes of the fees to the fund by ordinance. The approved fees under resolution number 25-291, along with the $3,500 cap, are currently included in the draft amendment. However, direction is requested from the board to resolve the following. Should the contribution rates be referenced in the ordinance and the resolution, or should it be exclusively referenced in the amended resolution, which will be brought to the board for approval on February 17th this year? And should future contribution rates be amended by resolution or by ordinance? Staff will reflect the board's direction in the draft amendments, which will be brought to the board at that February 17th hearing. And staff recommends that the board accepts public comment on this item. As previously mentioned, this is the first hearing. I do have an additional item for the board's consideration and discussion that is not directly related to the language that's being proposed for the code, but it's related to the tree mitigation fund. Can I continue, or do you prefer to pause and then go to that item?
Let's discuss this first.
Okay.
And then we'll get to that part.
Okay.
Mr. County Attorney, the benefit to doing by resolutions easier than ordinance as far as making changes to the amounts?
I would never recommend that you put your fee schedule in an ordinance. Just generally, I have seen boards do resolutions that require a public hearing, if you're wishing to get public input, but the fee schedule is really your purview, and it just gets messy when you have to go back and amend the LDC and have to go through all of the public hearings that are required in the LDC to amend it. So I wouldn't recommend it. You can legally do it if you wish.
No, I do not. I want to keep it simple. When we make a change, it's easy to change rather than go spend public money going through processes. Okay. I got a question for you. So let's say you get a large commercial area, and they have, let's say, a whole bunch of trees toward the center part of the property. And we want to keep 20%, and let's say it's about 20%. All of a sudden, they've got to hold that 20%? Is there a way to set something in the code where it makes it easy for them to go take those trees out? To me, if we're going to have a developer making those changes and setting those things up, and I do want to try to avoid things like Newport Corners where just everything gets taken out along the roadway, but if someone wants to come in and they're going to replace the trees anyway to the square footage it takes, and the inches are the same, is that going to be sufficient to be able to take those trees out if they choose to, as long as inch for inch it comes back?
So I think that there are two things at play here. You're talking about the tree protection, but then also talking about the landscaping requirements. So they would have to put back in trees based off of the existing provisions of the landscaping code. But in terms of the tree preservation, one doesn't necessarily replace the other, because that would be taking down old growth trees.
Okay, so how do we protect them from being able to stifle a piece of property that's really good, except because the trees in the center? Like we just saw a development where this one area that's down below is all wooded, right above is a field. That guy's got a lot easier than the guy below. I want to make sure that these guys can actually do something with the property in there without spending a fortune on what could be all legacy trees in a sense.
And that was something that we considered when we had some of the exemptions written up. So for properties that are 5 acres or less, for those commercial properties, we understand that siting could potentially be an issue in terms of being able to move it around those trees. So those properties would be exempt. But if it's a larger property, the understanding is that they should be able to relocate to include the trees within their overall design, but still meet the desired intentions of the space that they're designing.
So how does one go through the process? Let's say I've got that center lot, that big lot that's 10 acres or whatever, and right in the center I get all the trees. I want to take those trees out so I can set the proper drainage and flow to go around and put the things around the perimeter, which I'm going to need to do it for the landscaping ordinance anyway. but is he gonna get credit for that, for those, taking those trees down by putting more trees out and around?
Not credit necessarily, but of course, if that's something that the board would like to see included, we could include that as well. But currently, as it's written, there isn't anything that would provide a credit for such an action.
Did it used to be written that way, with someone, if they were taking trees down, but they were, as long as they were putting back, whether it was buffering or not, that they get credits back?
There is planting credit that's currently within the code, correct?
So, all right, so they will get credit. So if they needed to, they could just come to us, say, look, this is affecting my site, I want to take these trees down the center. We can just allow them to go do it?
Well, this would now change this because we're asking them to retain 20%. So they can still take down the trees and replace them, but we're asking them to retain 20% on the site.
All right, so how do they go through the problem of not having to follow it if it's a situation like that?
1 second.
David Engel, Planning and Economic Development Director. So I just wanted to clarify, this was an LPA or Planning Commission request to institute the 20%. Their feeling is that with the new fee structure, even with the cap, it's just adjusting the pricing for inflation since 2010. So 20% kind of ensures the preservation. So there is a way of addressing it, and that's through an alternative standard. Because preservation of trees is the standard of the code in 20%. So we would probably have an in-kind tree replacement on the property to accommodate the existing tree canopy that would have to be removed if it was a centralized commercial project.
All right, so alternative standards, you gotta do a whole other process, et cetera. Is there a way to
It's done
incorporate this into the
administratively, and
ordinance?
the code requires to deliver an alternative standard, we have to meet or exceed the code intent. So that's the exercise that we would undertake using tree replacement on the property.
Or they could ask for it at an MPUD stage if they can do.
Right, and the board can act and
And
opine on
board
that
can-
at the
it
project
can be done
stage. Yes, sir.
Simultaneously.
But, and I'm thinking like, let's say along US 19, I've got someone who wants to come in here and do something, he's gonna have to take away a bunch of trees that could be the center
Not on
scattered around.
19. They're gone.
What do you mean? The trees at 19?
Not up in the North Fork.
Come see my homeless camps.
I
There's
tried
plenty
not
of
to drive up
trees.
and
That's where they're all hiding. So to have someone be able to come in there and take down those trees, I want to have the flexibility without being the overburdenly penalty where they're not going to do anything.
So Commissioner, since this is first reading, we're going to do our homework. We will advise the board prior to the next hearing, the adoption hearing, when give you some alternatives.
All right, if you would, take a look down that 19 corridor, to what can be done with that, and then just give the mental thought about a bigger project that may have a whole clump of trees toward the center. And those you've seen during drainage things, when things happen with the big oak trees, they get wet, start all over Betmar, et cetera, they collapse down, they cause all sorts of troubles. I want to make sure we can have proper drainage, especially, you know, in high flood areas or high, let's say, low sea level areas.
Okay, sir. We'll
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are we talking with her?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Starkey.
I do have a problem with the cap at 3,500, because all that is back to square zero because we did not keep up with inflation. So I want to suggest that we up that minimum, or what, is it a minimum? No, up that cap and tie it to inflation, so we don't have to wait. It's horrible that it took 20 years for us, or more, to fix this. I have some photos I would love to show you. Gina, did you get those? Oh, I just sent you some photos. I was in Sarasota this weekend visiting my son, and I think it was Freeville. I know you live down there. Driving down their roads and looking at the landscaping, and specifically I'm talking about oak trees, which provides so much benefit to the world. Look at the development on the right and all the oak trees that line the road there. I mean, and they've got their drive-throughs all in there behind there. And then I think there's a few more. I think I sent 4. I should, and this is us. This is us. We take they're not oak trees, I can tell you. They're trees cut into balls, and they're crepe myrtles. And hey, I love crepe myrtles, but not like this. And I challenge you, when you drive home today, drive down the roads and see what kind of canopy we have on our roads. Because we don't have a canopy. We've taken it all out. So, so that was Sarasota. And the other one is us. That's us. And it just kills me to see this. So we gotta do better with the trees. We gotta put them back in. And we are just, if you look at the new Ashley Furniture, it's their largest store in the country that they just put on 54. You know what they put in their parking lots? Crepe myrtles. Crepe myrtles. Seriously? So, you know what? One of our staffers called me and apologized. He said, we know you're going to be upset, Commissioner, when you see the landscaping plan, but it got approved and we let them. No trees. No trees. So I want to see, I want this to be as strong as it possibly can. So I want to see the cap higher. I want it tied for inflation. I like the 20% canopy. I think that's a great idea. And I don't see why we're not requiring trees planted around the stormwater ponds, why they're just barren deserts of trees. I showed that example the last meeting of the stormwater ponds on Little Road, across, kind of near Pit Boss, across from my church, just covered with oak trees. And it's lovely. You know what? People go picnic on the stormwater pond under the oak trees. So we need to get that back. So I'm for as strong commissioner as we can possibly get this.
Chair.
And we're 20 years behind on it.
Commissioner Waitman.
Thank you, Chair. Similar thought process as Commissioner Starkey on this. With as much industry moving to Florida and Pasco, and especially with the residential, I view this as just basically another impact fee. And it needs to be, because there's a cost to move here. And every time folks move here, that's more legacy grandfather oaks and other trees that get torn down. And there's a cost to that. You move here, you want to live in paradise, well, you need paradise with the trees. And, you know, folks want to make a decision to move here, they need to pay for I'm not going to say the destruction, but the change that's taking place when they move here. So I'm for eliminating the cap, if there's an appetite for that. And, you know, it's just the cost of living in Pasco County and moving to Pasco County, especially if you're coming from out of state. So we have our impact fees, and it's an impact when folks move here. And when they come here, they're upset. We hear it all the time in our office. Where's our trees? Where's this, that? Well, they got taken away because you wanted to live here. So how do we balance that? We have to make it up somewhere and give the folks what they want. It's just going to make it a little bit more expensive, but, you know, I think with the affordability, even though the affordability is a big concept, I think generally the conclusion across this county, people say, yeah, let's revitalize our oak canopy, and probably wouldn't be upset with whatever that expense is. So, thank you, and thank you for your work on this. This is important. I personally feel, I've told this Carvala, this will be one of the most important votes that I will ever make as a commissioner in my entire time that I'm blessed to get to do this job. Because the generational impacts that this will set precedent for, none of us will probably be around to see it. This is incredibly important, not just for Pasco County, but for our environment. So thank you all.
Thanks, Commissioner. I wanted to address the comments that you made regarding the fees, as well as Commissioner Starkey's comments. So in terms of the updating of the fees, we did consider that within the draft that we currently have, and we're proposing that the fees would be looked at on a 3-year basis, and that inflation would be included as part of the consideration as to whether or not it should be increased or not. So that could potentially help address some of the concerns that you had regarding that. And we could definitely look in terms of increasing potentially that cap or eliminating it, depending on whatever the board would like us to proceed with. We can come back with those options and discuss it at the February 17th hearing. I would say we did look at some of the other communities, and they don't have caps. They basically have their multiplier or whatever their fee structure is,
Higher than ours.
and basically you pay whatever it is.
Yeah.
Chair, or we can do it like we did with the fire fee, where a case-by-case basis, if there's a big fish, employment-wise, that's looking to come here, right? Like somebody said,
deal or something to cover your fees from your general fund.
or the tree fund.
And we do also have incentives that we proposed within here that could significantly discount the fees that would be due, up to 75% of the amount that would have been due to the fund if you have those enhanced protection. So I could just go back. So if you're preserving heritage trees, if you're preserving trees that are located within the landscape buffering and screening areas along arterials and collector roads, if you're preserving in excess of the 20%, you have that sort of table there that says if you do 5% over, you get a 5% credit, going all the way up to 15%. And then if you preserve canopy that's adjacent to open play areas, you also get a 5% credit there, because you'd be co-locating essentially the passive recreation and active recreational areas. And those credits can all be combined for a maximum credit of 75% to the total amount that would be due to the tree
To
mitigation
follow,
fund.
but this wouldn't be, for example, where the areas where these heritage trees are, they've been turned into floodplains or stormwater ponds, and if we have a hurricane, they drown, you know, 100-year storm. That happened all over the county. We lost them to Mother Nature, and then we lost them due to the development design where the trees were in the middle of stormwater ponds or floodplains, and we lost them that way. I don't like that model. I don't think those trees should count if they're left in the stormwater pond or the floodplain of an area. I think it's great if they stay, and if Mother Nature happens, she happens, but I don't think those should count towards, because as we've seen, towards a credit, because as we've seen, you know, Florida happened and many of them drowned and they're just falling over, laying in a ditch now. So it's, understand the gamesmanship there and why it's done, but I think we need to take that off.
But Commissioner Waitman, are you
Commissioner
saying?
Starkey.
I have a question on his question. If you say, I mean, if there's an existing pond that has a tree in it.
Look at Connected City on 52. All along there where the water came up on the south side of 52 coming east, so it'd be on your right if you're coming in this building. You'll see in there's oak trees, pines, others, and this is where all the overflow water goes, and those trees drown. They were left there, they were great, as long as it wasn't oversaturated, it was fine. But nature happened, and now those oak trees, they're all drowned.
But they're not
done.
gonna, but I think a tree that comes down for whatever Mother Nature causes.
We cause
doesn't
that,
count.
man changed the terrain, we cause that problem.
But what I'm hoping you're not saying is when an engineer designs a subdivision and this is where a pond is supposed to be, but that's where a tree is, then that tree doesn't count. Well, then we've just taken apart what we just tried to do is preserve trees. They need to design, they need to be site, they need to have a site context when they design their neighborhood so they don't take out the heritage.
I think you're talking the
I'm
same
meaning
way.
it doesn't count towards their, I'm meaning the same thing that you're meaning, I'm just saying it a different way.
Okay, because I
What-
thought you say not a
If I may,
Yeah.
what I think what Commissioner Waitman is saying is, if they design it so that all their preserved trees are within the floodplain, the preservation area for the floodplain for the development, that they wouldn't count as preserved trees, because at some point they will come, they will get flooded and they will die.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Yeager.
Do you have the slide where it shows where we are with the other, like compared to Hillsborough, Pinellas, and can
I
we see?
do.
Okay.
Do you mind if I just address the comment that Commissioner Starkey and
Absolutely.
Waitman were making before? Okay. So we did attempt to address that concern in the language as well. So essentially, we are requiring that the trees that are preserved are in locations that the changes in elevation will not result in them being flooded. And if that so happens that that's the only place that you can put it, that you would have to install the necessary drainage to prevent the trees from actually flooding and ensure that that stormwater is taken away. Does that sufficiently address the concern, or would you
I'm
like
sorry.
us?
Well, we were talking about moving larger trees. Okay, what'd you say?
If I can read it specifically. So for all sites subject to the provisions of section 802.4 of this code, a note shall be included on the plan set verifying that the proposed areas for tree canopy preservation are not within portions of the site subject to flooding resulting from elevation changes caused by fill. And if it is located in those areas, then you would have to install the necessary drainage to mitigate flooding.
Yeah. And the picture that, oh, never mind, it's a picture on my iPad, did you get it up? There's two of them. These are the oak trees that are on the stormwater pond on Little Road. And there they are there too, and it's lovely. They surrounded the stormwater ponds with oak trees.
It's nice.
It's nice, yeah. Okay.
Gina, have you got my picture yet?
Yes.
No. So,
We go
back
to my
in,
slide?
I'm sorry, good.
Thanks.
The comparison slide?
Yeah. Since we're talking about fees, I just want to see where we are. Just because I'm on the end, you can't forget about me.
I
huh?
called you, but I don't know what happened. Something happened in between us. Something named Starkey, I think. I don't know.
So this is what our fees look like right now. So from 2005 to 2025, we were at $50 per inch. The maximum applicable fees varied based off of the land use, whether it was residential or not, or there was a structure on it. And regulated trees have remained constant. Under resolution number 25-291, for which the fees are not yet in effect, but the board has adopted the resolution that approved this. The fees are $75 per inch for the regulated trees and $150 per inch for heritage trees. As a reminder, the heritage trees are live oaks that are 24 inches and greater, live oaks that are 34 inches and greater, and southern magnolias that are 24 inches and greater. And then this is the proposed amended resolution that includes that $3,500 per upland developable acre. And Commissioner Yeager, to answer your question, this is a table here that has a comparison for some of the communities that we looked at, specifically Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, Alachua County, and Brevard County. Their fee structures are all a little bit different, but in terms of the payment in lieu of replacing the trees, Hillsborough is at $65 per inch. Those fees were last updated in 2011. It was actually $100 before per inch, and they decreased it with the onset of the economic downturn around that time. Pinellas is at $379 per tree. Alachua is at $135 per inch. And Brevard has a formula depending on whether or not the number of trees that are removed are known or not. So essentially, you will multiply the number of trees removed times 400 plus the total number of inches removed times 120. And then if the inches aren't known, then you would do the number of trees removed times $3,000. And then if none of it's known, then it would be $60,000 per acre. And that was back in 2006 that they did theirs.
What's the approximate age of the oak trees that reach the heritage standard?
That is a good question that I don't have details on. I do know in terms of the mature spread that those are basically about 60 to 120 feet in width. But in terms of the age, I don't have those details. I can find out and get back to you. I don't believe our arborist is here today to speak to it more specifically. Jackie, do you know? I can get that information.
Well, you can share it with us
Get
all.
back to you.
Commissioner
Yes,
Yeager,
I'm
you
good. Yeah, I
you're
just
through?
wanted to
Hang on.
see that.
Gina, do you have my picture I was showing up? No. So this is taken down at, on my way to Fort Myers Beach in Hurricane in 2022. And you see the tree there along the right-of-way that you want to see out there? In a major storm event that came through between wind and water, everything along the whole road, I got videos going all the way down. That's a commonplace thing. Sometimes you take the sidewalk, sometimes not. But if you put them along those roadways all the way down, you're going to be facing that, especially on the west side or even maybe along some riverbed we know. So you got to be careful what you want. And when we were to see the governor out of Betmar, right? Out there taking a picture. Remember all those trees that were down? If you put too many of them out there, it's going to be trouble, depending on where you put them, along roadways, et cetera. So we had roadways we had to go around because the roadways were blocked by all the trees. So you got to be careful what you're looking for. And I will tell you, along the coast, as far as 19 goes, Oak trees, they'll tell you that tannic acid from the leaves contaminate the water, they're bad for the water. They shouldn't be pushing any of those things alongside. Another thing, you mentioned about how you didn't like those crepe myrtles in front of Ashley Furniture.
No.
I will tell you, Rooms to Go years ago, when they were looking at doing the landscaping or not, staff gave them permission to put the crepe myrtles out there. They look great, and you could still see the building, still got a thing, an incentive where it looked better than it was.
They look great in the summer, but how do they look in the winter?
These ones, they look pretty good. But
There's
there's
months
nothing,
of the year they're
all right, so
just
maybe it's a
dead.
different type of tree, but it's a flowering tree that was there, that looks good all the time, that allowed them to see their business, because they didn't want to have the big oak trees that sometimes block out everything. So I want to have flexibility on those trees too.
I have a question.
Commissioner Stark.
I want to be sure that we don't have what happened on Southward's property, and I think it's happened on some other properties, especially if we're upping the price on the trees, that they're not clear cut before sold to a developer. Is David's here somewhere? Engel? Over there, right. No, I'm sorry, David Goldstein. We worked on some language to strengthen that, but I just want to be sure that we have, that we're, you know,
You can't stop.
there's some things we can do. I want to go over that.
I don't think we've changed that language.
I thought you added something to it after Southward.
But I think it's working.
Yeah, so do you mind explaining what the rules are?
Patrick may be able to.
Oh, do you know them? Because I thought David did.
Well, I was just going to say, I call those David's rules, and we didn't touch them. Usually what David Goldstein writes, we just leave alone, so.
There is a provision that you can't clear cut and then come in for an MPUD within 3 years or something.
We borrowed some language from Manatee County about
Basically, you
a
can't.
window in front of
If
rezoning.
You can't clear cut under an ag exemption and then immediately come in for development. You basically have to wait either 5 years or 5 years before you can come in for development if you're clear cutting under ag exemption. You still, if you're doing legitimate ag operation,
Right.
you can still remove trees, but the loophole that we removed was that we had developers that were clear cutting under an ag exemption and then immediately turning around and filing an application for development.
Right. And
So
we
that
know-
loophole's been removed, and as far as I know, it's working. I asked staff if it's working, and the answer I got back is that it's still working.
I want to be sure because, you know, he took out oak trees saying he needed more space for his cattle, which we know. Yes, he did. He took them out down by the trail. We could have had trees on the.
Is that off of 52?
It's on 52 next to the Schrader's property. He
We
took out
know
all
what-
those oak trees down there. And,
Well, I can't.
You know why
I
he cut
can't
the trees down.
be clear. If
He
somebody
said he
did,
needed space for cattle when we talked to him.
if somebody did something before we changed the rules, I can't stop
And I
that.
laughed too, because I'm a cattle rancher.
If somebody did something before we changed the rules, we can't retroactively stop that. But
Right.
my understanding is that since we've changed the rules, that doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to bring it up, so I'll make sure our staff knows that and looks for that. I don't
If
know
Patrick
who-
tells me it's still happening, we'll have to look at it again.
Well, do
but
they even look?
He has to
do-
tell me that it's still
Do
happening.
you look to see if the land changed topographically?
We are, again, we're not aware of every single piece of property in the county and what trees they take out when, but of the applications we've seen, we've never come across this issue since then. Most of these large developments, they're pretty well aware of them up front, right? The vast majority of large developments are MPUDs these days. So yeah, we haven't seen this issue since that language has been
Well, I think
added.
a way to fix that is as part of the application process, they have to show a aerial shot of their property, right? That's not hard to do. You just go on Google Earth and
No, I think
timestamp a
there was
photo.
one change that we did make was that,
Or we are taking those.
I think there was one change that we did make, which is there are some folks that are proceeding under an ag exemption, and they weren't telling us that they were proceeding under an ag exemption, and then we were citing them in a code enforcement action. We've changed the code to make it clear they have to notify us if they're proceeding under an ag exemption, because they weren't previously doing that. That's been added to this change to the code.
Do you feel the penalty is strong enough to not do a, oops, sorry, just fine me? It needs to be stronger than if they had behaved under the ordinance.
That's a question I'm going to defer to our code enforcement folks, because
Okay, so, you know,
I
there
don't know
needs
if
to
any
be
of
a
them are
carrot, not a stick.
That can be discussed next week too, or whatever, so.
They can research that.
But what they told me is the issue right now is that they weren't getting notice that they were proceeding under the exemption, so, but now we should get notice.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
All right. Any other questions of staff on the tree ordinance? There's going to be no action required today anyway,
Yeah.
but.
Public comment.
Public comment, okay.
So I did have a couple more slides.
Okay, let's go.
To go through. Alrighty. So, like I mentioned, this is related to the tree mitigation fund. Essentially, after the adoption of resolution number 25-291, there have been some discussions regarding some proposed amendments to that resolution. And I want to run through those with you and to kind of solicit your feedback as to what you would like us to change and what you would like us to leave as is. So, okay, slides right.
I don't know that it should be, no, I don't know. 3,500 is too low for me. Whether there's no cap, I don't know.
They'll just pay it.
Well, it needs to be higher than, you know.
Do you have a list of like the other counties, like you've seen it before?
They don't have caps.
Those are caps.
But they have a higher fee. And they go out and inspect the trees before they go, you're allowed to even start.
We could work on some numbers and bring that back to you at the next hearing for your consideration.
I would be, Chairman.
Go ahead.
I think probably, based on at least what I'm gathering with the appetite of the board is, this probably a whole section, come up with an alternative with the no cap or CPI or something or combination there.
Understood.
I think collectively, we probably moved away from this seemingly.
Okay.
Well, let me give you a little help, I guess. So if you look at 150 an inch, if you have an oak tree that's 64 inches, that's $9,600. So.
So it costs to move here.
Guess what? You wonder why you're getting clear cut? There you go.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, if you try to go by inch, you're gonna measure all them trees and go through all that, that's gonna put a lot of time and money, and then you gotta try to verify it. How much time you wanna spend on this?
The goal is to save them.
Yeah.
And to incentivize and inspire projects to save them. Folks, it's not stopping people from moving here. Folks are still gonna keep coming in droves, changing the terrain every day. They want their cake, they want their cake and eat it too. They want their trees, but the trees have to be gone because they have their house. So, you know, it's a quagmire, honestly.
I have a couple more slides.
Yep, go ahead.
So for the removal of the definition of the heritage tree, the reason why we're proposing this is because the definition is going to be moved to Appendix A of the LDC. The cap, we are going to go ahead and do that additional research as you've instructed us. We are proposing the addition of landscaping plants on county property, and this is to align with internal stakeholders and existing county operations. We are also proposing the reimbursement for irrigation, landscaping design, mulching, and repairs. However, the expenditures shall not exceed 50% of the total funds that are used in the previous fiscal year for the planting and purchasing and planting of canopy trees. So essentially, the more that you plant in the previous year, the more that you're able to use towards those maintenance costs in the following year.
Would you go back to the previous slide? I'm sorry. Okay.
And then lastly, we updated the language related to the existing allowed expenditure for the county's tree management plan to allow for countywide canopy studies instead of only ones on county-owned or maintained property, for a couple reasons, but mainly it helps us to identify areas for tree giveaways, and it's consistent with doing a jurisdiction-wise county canopy study versus doing it just on parcels owned by the county.
That's what that means. Okay, I just figured out what this means. No one else puts a cap on anything. Well, we shouldn't either then.
That's why I wanted to see that. You guys are getting a copy as well.
So you want to do canopy studies countywide?
Correct. The cost is not more than doing it on individual properties, and you get a better insight as to where the county may be lacking trees, so that in the event that you want to do tree giveaways, which we do, you could target them in areas that are showing as needing additional canopy.
I think we'll spend money we need to spend. I mean, I want to allow the county to go put them in all their properties, put the irrigation in, so it's all good, so because they got to get irrigation if they're going to stay and live. It's so expensive to try to go and water them and have watering conditions done, so as long as that's in there, I don't need any canopy studies. If the staff's got a building, something they're building, every one of these should be offset with a cost with the stream mitigation fund, put them in, anything to be retrofitted or improved for different changes, allow it to be done, save the taxpayer money, get the money back out there, and put more trees in the ground, which is the thing this is all supposed to do. If we're supposed to go put trees in the ground, let's just go do it and free it up.
Yeah, study's pretty bureaucratic.
Other counties require irrigation. We don't. I'm thinking we should maybe be looking at that. I would like to know what other counties require when they do their landscaping. Because a lot of our stuff looks like garbage because we don't require irrigation.
Yeah, Patrick Detter, Del Rio. We do have irrigation in our land development code. I don't happen to be the subject matter expert because that's normally handled with the building permit applications because that's when the plumbing plans come in. So we do have an irrigation code. I don't know it off the top of my head. Now, maybe it's not as broad as we need it to be. Maybe we need to look into some changes to it. But
I'd like to look at that, just make sure we're not throwing good money after bad if there's no irrigation.
Well, again, that's why you want to allow the irrigation and being part of when the county does a project to allow them to go put in, because otherwise they will die. All right.
Yeah,
I guess we're leaving it in, Mike.
Put our inmates to use, give them some cans and they.
You might spend more money on that labor.
Give them some exercise.
All right, anything more on this ordinance?
Well, we'll see it again.
Public comment? Anyone from the public want to talk to this?
We have several signed up.
Okay.
Julia Bartunik.
Julia Bartunik, 2645 Meadowood Drive, Newport Richey, and this is current comment that I'd like to submit for the record. First and foremost, leave in the 9 preferred native tree species listed in the current ordinance. They were reduced to 4 by the county, and the Planning Council has stricken them all out. Under the resolution section 802, whereas section, please add whereas to include best practices for tree preservation be deployed, /assessed, and documented. Under section 2, authorized locations and recipients, add, quote, public and private properties along waterways, streams, drainage, and channels. Think Helene and Milton. 802.4, 2, tree canopy standards, leave in, not stricken out, quote, is often a necessary and preferred alternative. Under tree inventory and existing canopy calculation, 2, leave in ISA certified arborist and remove licensed landscape architect. If keeping licensed landscape architect, comma, leave in the word registered. 3, under tree plan, leave in all that was put in by the Pasco County Planning Department and stricken by the Planning Commission, especially leave for live oak, which is drought tolerant, by the way, Quercus virginiana, which is our southern live oak. Most of our native species are drought tolerant. Under 802.7, tree replacement standards and mitigation, A, general replacement standards for developments. We want the list of 9 native species left in as replacement species. And also we want the cap. Now it would be ideal to remove the cap, but if the cap is there, we want everyone to be more generous to Pasco County, to beautiful Pasco, and we would want to increase that to $10,000 per acre. And the hashtags are Preserve Pasco and hashtag Resilient Pasco. Thank you. I'd like to submit this, Mr. Chairman.
I was going to ask you, do you have a motion to receive and file?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm curious what trees were taken out.
Next person up, public comment?
Nancy Hazelwood.
Do we have a list of what trees were taken out? Can you send me a list, what trees were taken out?
Nancy Hazelwood, 34110, a nice place. I'm gonna get a recording of that and just push a button. Been up here so much today. Well, thank you all, everybody, for working on the tree ordinance. I know this has been a long process and everybody's been very thoughtful on all of it. But I do have a couple of suggestions. Some of the same she just said, like upland mitigation amount could be raised to $10,000 an acre. Also, the same thing, more native species of trees need to be included in this ordinance. Commercial sites under 5 acres and minor rural subdivisions, which could be used in the Northeast Rural Area Plan a lot, have been exempted from the tree ordinance. So I'm not seeing that as a good thing in Northeast Rural. They could come in and clear quite a bit of land under that. And also the trees on the commercial sites that are exempt under 5 acres, you're gonna have just parking lots of superheated asphalt without those trees in it. And we've already got huge amounts of heat coming off that stuff. So if you could include trees in that, no matter how big it is, maybe you want to do a reduced amount or something, but we need all the trees. And please do not exempt MRS in the Northeast Rural Area Plan. Thank you.
Nancy, do you want to submit that? Those comments? Okay.
Well, I do want to get an answer on why we're
All right,
permitting.
we'll get it after. We
MRS,
want to
yeah.
keep public comment going though.
Jasmina Forial.
And who's after that?
We've got one online, we've got 2 others.
Okay.
Hi, Jasmine Forkin. I live in Clearwater, 100 Hampton Road. I had 10 acres in Hudson. I worked with Chairman Mariano on regional transit years ago. That didn't happen. But I agree with Ms. Starkey about cutting so many trees unnecessarily. I think we are doing so much of cutting. It's all bulldozed, all up and down the little road in Hudson Avenue between Hicks and Hayes. Every day I go up there, I see another 10 acres or 40 acres cut to absolutely bulldozed over. We used to treat trees as resources. Now we treat them like trash. They don't even mulch them anymore to give mulch, free mulch. They burn them down. Tree on this planet is cleaning the air, and burnt tree is adding to the pollution of the air. So I believe that we should preserve every tree possible, and the developer should be working around the clump of trees, not bringing up the planes that don't coincide with the plot they bought. They cut at least 7 big trees to create a dry pond. It's all straight. I was trying to work with them and ask them to work around the trees and save those ancient trees and still have enough space to collect rainwater in the rainy season. No, they didn't. They just cut everything straight, 660 feet of straight ditch that looks so ugly, and all the good trees are gone. So those trees would never fall on anybody's house because they're in an easement. They should have saved them instead of cut them down. If the tree falls down on an existing house, there's insurance that covers it. So I believe that we should take the cap off and they should pay for every tree, or bring the cap out to $10,000 or whichever is the greater, because we cannot sustain environment in Pasco County at this pace. So please respect the trees for what they are and save them. This is what's happening on Little Road. Every day I go up, the trees are gone, bulldozed over, and this is what they're replacing them with. These trees will never be viable in 20 years. And these trees are not native trees, they are decorative hybrids that do nothing for environment.
Can I move to accept those pictures?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Do you want to give those pictures to us? Okay, bring them to the clerk. Over to there, to the clerk?
That's okay, I asked.
No, they got to go to the clerk.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Sydney Buckle.
Record. You can look at them, but, I mean.
So they'll pass them over here?
Say it again? Okay. All right, thank you.
It used to come all the time. I haven't seen her in years.
Cindy Buckle, 5938 Frontier Drive, Zephyr Hills, Florida. And I am talking about the trees. I agree that either there be no cap or a cap of a minimum of $10,000. Personally, I mean, I have these pictures I can give to you that clearly shows how these trees were here one day and the next day they were gone, bulldozed down. Crepe myrtles are not native to Florida. They are from Asia, Korea. They are not a native tree. They are deciduous, which means in the wintertime they lose all of their color and they're normally hat-racked, which means they're cut off. The oak trees that were cut down were trees that were at least 50 to 75 years old. They were attempted to be burned, but we were under a burn ban, and I was quite clear several times to let them know that should they be put on fire, that a fire department would be called. But at any rate, the new phase 2 has little tiny shrubs. My concern is there's no canopies. I sent you a picture of a canopy because as I drive, I think of you, and I appreciate the fact that you appreciate trees. But these small trees we will never see grow to be 50 or 60 years old. And it's time for the developers to be able to build around the trees. I live in a 2,400 square foot home. That house was built with minimum tree loss. I have trees in the front, on the side, and I have a complete wooded acre in the back. And trees that die, if I have to cut them, I plant 3 more trees. The other thing that you need to consider are pine trees, because eagles roost in pine trees, much like the one in Lake Javita that was taken down with 2 live eaglets in it, and nothing was ever done about it. I have pictures and videos of that. I know people who live there. So we need to concentrate on live oaks. We do need pines. A lot of people don't like them, but if we want our eagles to come back, we need them. But at any rate, I would like to see no cap at all, because a developer could basically go in and clear cut every single tree for $3,500. That makes no sense to me at all.
Thank you.
But if you want these pictures, you can have them.
The motion, bring it to the clerk. Do you have a motion received and filed?
Second. I make that motion.
Do you have a second?
Second. Wait, am I
You
seconding
can't,
my
yeah,
motion?
yeah, you can't do that. I need a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. All right, the last one's online?
Yes, that's the last that is signed up.
Okay.
Here.
Anyone else here to speak to the tree ordinance? Now we're gonna close. No, you can't. All right, so no one else from the audience? We're gonna close public comment here, and we have one online?
Yes.
Thank you.
Catherine Capello.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Capello. I live at 6646 Timber Cove Lane in Newport Richey, 34653. And it's great to hear everyone in agreement that the existing cap of 3,500 is way too low. I definitely would vote for a no cap as well. Trees do enhance property value and aesthetics in neighborhoods. They have the ability to clean the air, filter the water. They offer wildlife natural habitat. Insects, birds, and woodland creatures need their habitat, and it's wrong the way we keep taking away their homes and food. Trees are natural buffers to hurricanes, and they help fight climate shifts. As we choked up, sorry. As a result of, as a resident of Pasco County, I truly appreciate the wildlife, the trees, the waterways. It's important to preserve natural Florida ecosystems. Is there a point where we can say no more, open up vision to see ways to house everyone using what we have already? Land that's already cleared, like empty strip malls or existing real estate? Pasco County is the home of open spaces and vibrant places, not crowded spaces. We are stewards for the health of this land and the waterways. I definitely recommend no cap. And I'd like to invite you all to celebrate Arbor Day in Newport Richey. We're a designated tree city, and on January 16th, we'll be at Francis Park from 10 to 11, celebrating trees and planting one. All right, I appreciate everyone before me, and thank you.
Thank you. That'll close public comment. Any other comments for the board? There's no action needed today.
Commissioner Starkey, I just wanted to clarify the item that you had regarding the live oak being removed from the public comment. Essentially what we did there is that instead of the previous language that listed live oak, we included heritage trees, and heritage trees, as would be defined by the code, includes live oak and southern magnolia. For the live oak, they're 34 inches and larger, and southern magnolia 34 inches and larger.
Yeah, and to your point about trees getting knocked over, my understanding is live oaks, right, how do I say this? There are other kind of oaks that easily fall over, but live oaks are very sturdy. Yes. But, so what you may be looking at could be a turkey oak or a water oak, not a live oak.
And then I just wanted...
And a live oak supports 500 different species. A crepe myrtle supports 2.
Just like
ants.
the second hearing.
And what else? I don't know.
Okay.
fly, mosquito?
All right, Mr. County Attorney?
The second hearing will be held on February 17th, 2026 at 1:30 or soon thereafter, as same may be heard in Newport Richey.
Okay.
And then I
Thank you.
just wanted to really quickly just summarize the things that you wanted the staff to look at and bring back on the 17th. So we are going to be putting the fees on the resolution. We're going to look at large commercial developments with trees potentially located within the center of the site and how to accommodate that. We are going to consider the option to eliminate the cap and what that would look like. We are also going to get you some more information, Commissioner Mariano, regarding the age of the oak trees, mature oak trees.
All the heritage trees.
All the heritage trees, okay.
But did you say, I thought we said no to the fees in the resolution. Is that, what'd you say? Oh, in the ordinance, sorry, okay.
Yeah, there will be in the resolution, not in the ordinance.
Not in the ordinance.
Correct. That's why I'm doing this. Okay, and then also, let's see. What other counties require for irrigation in their ordinances? Is there anything else? Oh, and remove the countywide canopy studies that we were proposing for the resolution.
I don't know, that countywide canopy, isn't that something that can be done by, there's companies that do that pretty easily with technology that fly over. So it's not anything that's real burdensome.
What do you plan to do with the study when you get it?
That's what I previously mentioned in
You're
terms
gonna
of
then
doing.
go tell us what trees?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
We already know that if a county project comes in, we can go put all the trees they want to put in and bring it forward. So if that's where we're limiting it to, then I don't see the point of spending the money on that. Commissioner Waitman.
We have flyover, don't we, from the storms of before and after that we can use that's done, and we can see real, we have the data pretty much with, before the storm. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's entailed in the tree survey, but, we are getting more frequent errors.
So maybe-
I just don't see
maybe
that.
we
I
use
don't
what
see
we
how
have,
you can implement
something.
what you've got. You're gonna look at a project, it's gonna come forward, we're gonna put a plan in, either approve it or we don't. And you've got the flexibility to just get those done. So why throw more stuff in the process? Put all the trees you want in, Mike.
That's it for me.
All right.
Thank you.
Keep moving.
And remember about the tree, as far as development goes, if there's a section of trees that are in the center,
Correct.
how we can look at trying to
That was
help
her,
that situation.
that was her number one.
All right, thank you. All right,
Thank you, Commissioner.
thank you. All right, now we're going to proceed with the public hearings. We did do 67 already. Do you want to review the procedures?
We did that
Did that okay?
earlier today.
All right, we did that earlier. All right, that's good.
And we swore in,
And swore
so
in.
we're at 64, the
Okay.
bond financing for the solid waste disposal and resource recovery facility.
Okay.
And we approve of publication of
Can we have an abbreviated, come on, we're gonna approve it, so.
Yes, thank you.
It's only $95.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Happy New Year.
What's 95 cents?
I got
Let
you.
me get it of record. We have proof of publication, Tampa Bay Times, December 17th, 2025 edition.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Happy New Year. Tracy Overturf, Public Infrastructure, Fiscal and Business Administration Interim Director. We have a resolution authorizing the issuance in one or more series of not to exceed $95 million aggregate principal amount of solid waste disposal and resource recovery system revenue bonds, series 2026A AMT, and solid waste disposal and recovery system revenue bonds, series 2026B AMT, of the county to finance and/or reimburse all or portion of the acquisition and/or construction of equipment additions, extensions, improvements, and reconstruction of the solid waste disposal and resource recovery system, and to pay the cost of issuance, appointing the trustee, bond registrar, and paying agent, and approving the form of and authorizing the execution and delivery of a master trust indenture and first supplemental indenture, making certain covenants and agreements in connection herewith, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Move to approve.
You can't.
Why?
Public hearing item.
Okay, a little background. The solid waste.
So they're not interested in the present.
Oh, none. Okay.
We have no one signed.
Hold on.
Public comment.
You're not running the meeting. Does anyone want to hear a presentation from the board or just move on?
Move on.
We have no one signed up in advance.
No one signed up, all right. Do we have a motion?
It's
I'll
a,
make that motion.
it's.
Public hearing.
It's a public
Anyone here from
hearing.
the public here to speak to this item?
This is a TEFRA hearing under federal tax code. Public has an opportunity to speak to the project and to the financing.
Anyone signed up for this item?
No.
Anyone here from the audience want to speak to it? We're going to close
Move
public
approval.
hearing.
Move approved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
P65, we have proof of publication in the November 5th, 2025 edition of the Tampa Bay Times, supplemented by an affidavit of certified mailings and site postings. This is on consent. We do, just a moment, please. We do not have anyone signed up for this one.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we have to have a person?
No, this is consent right now. We have
No, I'm
three-
asking, I'm asking.
No, it's, the chair just has to
We have
call
five,
the fi-
we have 5 consent items coming.
Okay. You just
Oh,
have
actually
to
4.
call for whether or not there's anybody who is objecting to this item.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, Amy Toll, Planning, Development, and Economic Growth. Item P65 is PDE 26-CU02. It's a conditional use request in the name of 1884 Robert Abarisk T-Mobile South LLC for a 155-foot above-ground level AGL closed-mount monopole wireless communications facility, WCF, in an AR agricultural residential district located east central Pasco County, on the north side of Simmons Road, approximately 1,360 feet west of the intersection of Simmons Road and Fort King Road. This comes with your recommendation of approval with conditions.
Okay. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to P65? Seeing no one, leave it on consent. P66.
We have proof of publication in Tampa Bay Times, November 26, 2025, and supplemented by an affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
P66 is PDE 26-0024. It's a comprehensive plan amendment in the name of CPA 2502 North Pasco Resort, providing for transmittal of the comprehensive plan text amendment to Sub-Area Policy Flu 7.1.63 North Pasco Resort. This comes with you with a recommendation of approval.
We have 2 people signed up for this matter.
Okay, we're going to pull that off consent. We're going to move to item P68.
P68, we have proof of publication, November 26, 2025, Tampa Bay Times, supplemented by an affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
Okay.
Item P68 is PDE 26-7900. It's a zoning amendment in the name of R&S Properties FLA LLC, Bellhaven. It's a change in zoning from an expired MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District to an R2 low-density residential district located in south central Pasco County at the intersection of Bell Lake Road and Peaceful Lane Road, containing approximately 5.53 acres. This item comes with you with a recommendation to approve.
Okay. Is anyone here to speak in opposition to item P68?
We have no one signed up.
We'll leave it on consent. P69.
Proof of publication, Tampa Bay Times, November 5th, 2025, supplemented by an affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
Item P69 is PDE 26-7853. It's a substantial modification to Evans G2 MPUD in the name of Evans Property, Inc. It's a substantial modification to the Evans G2 MPUD to increase the total residential dwelling units from 117 to 350 on approximately 37.45 acres located in the village of Pasadena Hills within Village G at the southwest corner of the intersection of Kiefer Road and Handcart Road. This comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions. I would like to make note, the packet that you have on record that was published did not include 2 conditions that were added during the LPA version. Those were sent to the clerk's office for updating.
Okay.
I have questions on this one.
So we're going to pull it from consent?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to pull that from consent. Okay, so the other consent items, we have a motion to approve?
I make that motion?
Yes. Motion and second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. So we've got item P66.
All right. So P66 is the comprehensive plan amendment for the North Pasco RV with a companion on P71. Not sure if you want to do it right now or later, but P71 is looking to continue the item to match the transmittal or the adoption date of the comprehensive plan amendment. However, the applicant has requested that we do include the MPD presentation with the comp plan presentation as well at this time.
Okay, so we're going to be continuing this item, but to the people that are here, if they want to speak to us now, they can, or they can wait till we have the full public hearing.
And the continuance is just for the rezoning, not the comp plan.
Okay. So who are the two people?
Yes. Nancy Hazelwood?
Do you want to wait or speak
Well,
when it goes up?
She's got to, if she wants to speak to the comp plan amendment, she's got to do it now.
Okay. Oh,
So,
if you,
Sorry, I was out. Could you restate the
so the applicant has requested the comprehensive plan amendment and the zoning be taken up in the same hearing. However, the zoning is not going to be acted on today. So, but the comp plan amendment is. So you have 3 minutes to talk about the comp plan amendment. If you wish to talk about the zoning amendment, you waive your time at the next hearing. So I would advise you just talk about the comprehensive plan amendment.
Next time.
But you can talk about the comprehensive plan amendment. The board will be taking action on it today. You
but
don't want to
I
do
think
that.
you understand. Your comprehensive plan is going to be voted on today. The only time to speak on the comprehensive plan is right now. The rezoning is a separate thing, so land use is right now.
Yeah, if you signed up for it because you didn't like it or have comments, I would throw them all into the comprehensive plan amendment like most people usually do.
Okay, so Nancy's going to come forward. All right, so we're going to take public comment.
Team, clear the podium.
Nancy Hazelwood, 34110, a nice place. My biggest problem with this whole thing is the height of the hotel and the entertainment area that I've seen nothing about and don't know anything about. Think of it this way. This is a destination site. Your target people are snowbirds, and they're coming in November, and they're staying till springtime, and they've got to entertain them. You're in the Northeast Rural Area Plan, and it specifically says that you aren't supposed to do anything to jeopardize the Northeast Rural Area's community, the environment, everything. And you've got this entertainment site that they aren't telling us about, and we don't know anything about, and I want to know something about it before it's voted in. You know, it might be perfectly okay if you put it in a building, or if you don't have amplification going on. But that's my beef on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next person for P66?
Wow,
Jay-
it's freezing in there.
Jay Hoster?
Freeze. I love it. This is great. My legs, I should have won.
James Hoster, my residence is 4912 Sunset Boulevard in Port Richey, but I own property immediately to the north of the project. My concern is this. You reduced some of the the, excuse me, you reduce some of the spaces for both the yurts and for the RV home, the RV sites, to balance out the trip generation for the hotel. But there's a significant difference there. Let's face it, basically the RV project was designed to be kind of temporary housing. People come and they stay for a period of time. Snowbirds came for the season and so forth. They don't leave during the peak hours, or they don't arrive during the peak hours. They particularly avoid the peak hours. So, and also the amenities on the site are attractive to them. The hotel is neither of those things. They arrive in the PM peak hour, and they leave in the AM peak hour. And where you've already got major traffic problems, this exacerbates them. There really isn't, for a hotel site, this isn't a major destination. The only thing around is Snow Mountain, and that really hardly qualifies. All the major destinations for that are around Disney and the Orlando area, and even Legoland has hotels around it. They all have hotels in their immediate area. So this is just a pass-through hotel, creating the problems in a different location. And this is a much more severe impact on the community than it was when you were just dealing with RVs and yurts. And I think you need to be made aware of that. This is not an improvement. This is a deterioration in the project. Do you have any questions?
We don't ask questions. Thank you. All right, Amy, you want to come back up? Or let the applicant go after that?
Sure.
You won't get to the sign up.
Oh, all right. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak to this item? And there's no one online? So we're going to close public comment, and Amy, if you want to address what you just heard, and then we'll have the applicant speak.
Yeah, so just two highlights. The height is 55 feet. The reason why it's 55 feet is because North Pasco and the Northeast rural area does not have a height limitation or restriction for non-residential uses. So it does default to the code in that scenario, but it is capped at 55 feet. And the RV resorts, those are going to be 180-day. So they are going to be seasonal, like you had mentioned.
Okay, what about the entertainment part?
The entertainment part. Entertainment?
All right, would you like the applicant speak? All right, thank you.
Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard. You've had to hear me coughing this whole day, so I might as well get up here and talk to you all. For the applicant, the couple questions with regard to the entertainment area, I never understand where that's coming from. This is resort. You can see from the binding concept plan that it's an integrated resort. This isn't just a hotel by the interstate. We did a binding concept plan and had a lot of thoughtfulness in how we did that. And you can see the amenities integrated. So the conversation about this being some separate hotel and an RV resort is not correct. Regarding the entertainment area, I don't know what that refers to, but I did include a condition. We're not here in the MPUD today, but I'm glad it's before you in your packet so you can have all the information, because I think it's important for the board to have all the information. So I pushed for you to have all the information for you today, and it's fine that you don't hear or act on the MPUD. That's fine with me. But I did include a condition in the MPUD that said, because I kept getting this question, any outdoor entertainment area should be limited to resort guests and restaurant bar patrons only. There shall be no stage lighting that creates light spill or glare off site, and the project shall comply with your noise ordinance. So I think that covers who, how, and noise. The hotel is 55 feet. The height limit is 55 feet. Not only did we put a limit on it, we imposed that limit on it, we also agreed to a setback from the Lake Iola right-of-way of 274 feet. And we have a substantial buffer, the same buffer that we had before. Lake Iola corridor buffer was substantial that we have in there as well. So a lot of thoughtfulness went into restricting our height as well as how far we were set back from Lake Iola and the corridor buffer that goes in along Lake Iola.
Now, Barbara, I thought we did mention when we heard this the first time that we did talk about entertainment be going on there. I thought it would be pretty close to where E would be. Is that still planned that way, or?
I can't.
It's the primary resort lodge is what
Right,
E
that area,
equates
right.
to.
Exactly. In that area, where we have our pools, we have outdoor bars, we have those types of things, we anticipate that there will be entertainment. There will be music that you can go and listen to. It is well set into the site. Your noise ordinance applies. I mean, I tried to write a very specific condition as to who, how, that area would operate. I can tell you that I was never asked this question for Saddlebrook and any other resort I've ever worked on, because it just is something you have normally at the resort. I know I go to resorts and I listen to outdoor music, so I don't think it's a thing. I think it's just something that would accompany the resort.
I just want to add something. The hotel itself is different than your normal hotel that you'll see in other places. This is an extended living hotel. This is a hotel that someone would come in and they may stay 6 months and then they go back home. That's the way this hotel's built, and it's got kitchenettes in it for people to stay longer. It also has, I believe, doesn't have a lazy river?
Yeah, you can
Somewhere in
see
there,
the
there's a
amenities.
lazy river that they have for all the residents that are staying there.
Yeah, it does have quite a.
But it's not your
a nice
regular
amenity.
hotel that's gonna actually, you're gonna come in and stay the night and leave the next morning. It's extended living hotel, so
I'm fine with
it
it.
expands.
The setup is, this is being added to the resort to complement the resort, so.
Barbara, I think you have 3 votes.
What was that?
I think you have 3 votes.
I just want to say, I look at this as a destination.
I know, but
Catherine wants to
it
get
is
going.
important that things get explained.
Move to approve.
And we
Second.
added the hotel so there'd be another place for.
All in favor,
for
say
people to
aye.
go.
Aye. Good job, Barbara.
And just for clarification for the record, that was for authorized transmittal of the proposed comprehensive plan amendment to the Department of Commerce and other reviewing agencies.
Thank you. Okay, item P68.
P60,
one I had
we've already
questions
given
on?
proof on this.
You were 69.
We are at 66.
Do we want to make
no,
an
actually, no,
action
it was
on
69, right?
continuance?
69.
It is 69, sorry, 68 was
69.
done. Yeah, okay, 68. This is the one Commissioner Starkey pulled.
Do we want to go ahead and take action on P71 for the continuance?
Let's hear from Commissioner Starkey, we'll just keep on rolling.
Well, why don't you do the continuance for Barbara's other
okay.
the zoning?
Oh, all right,
Move to
okay,
continue.
all right.
Do you have a time certain?
Yes, March 10th at 1:30.
Move to continue March 10th, 1:30.
Second.
All in favor for P71?
Aye.
Continue? Aye. Aye. Okay. Any opposed? All right, that's good. Back to
P69.
P69. Commissioner Starkey, you pulled it?
Yeah, I did. I'm trying to understand this plan. If you could start at this map.
Yes, ma'am. The village map?
Yeah, so what's the intent of that village center there? The red squares?
Sure, the red in VOPH is the non-residential commercial retail.
So that's
portions.
like a little, and these are set to be villages with a commercial nodes in the middle
Yes, ma'am.
and residential coming out.
Mhm.
And, I mean, isn't VOPH supposed to be something special?
Absolutely.
It is, yeah. It's got
What is
these-
special about that apartment complex, about the siting, the whole thing? We just saw that one that Ryan is doing at Old Pasco Road and Overpass. And that was special. I'm very dismayed at this site plan. I'm not against the density or the square footage that's coming here. I know they're trying to get more density. You want that in a village center? But I am very opposed to this site plan. I don't know if this is a binding site plan, but I can't vote for it with that site plan.
Yes, it says the big letters at the top.
As what?
I knew.
Yeah, no, I'm a no. I mean, all day long, I'm a no. We need something special. This is a strip mall. in a suburban small apartment complex. What's special about this? In your village, and is this anywhere near the super park?
The what?
Yeah.
Oh, it's close
Which is
to
gonna
it.
be a
It's very close to it.
humongous international draw. It's gonna be something super.
This is at Handcart and Kiefer
Yeah,
Road.
I just, you know, no one ever showed me this. I would put a plug on that. I can't sit here and fix it here, but and again, I'm not against your uses. I'm against the way you've laid it. It needs to be
So,
special.
Joel too.
We got enough
I'm a land
non-special.
use and development consultant for Evans Properties. So you want to design and plan the concept plan? That's what you're telling me?
I want to see a better project layout.
All right, well, let me try to address that. Please understand that we have an existing approved MPUD from 2019, okay, that has no binding concept plan because they weren't required then, has none of your design control regulations, does not require us to build Kiefer Road adjacent to our property. So we have voluntarily agreed, when you say you don't like that, do you understand that these conditions and that plan does require us, if we do townhomes, we have to do the rear-loaded townhomes fronting on Kiefer.
Are those townhomes
Let me
or
just,
family
well,
apartments?
this is, there are two plans.
Oh, I only see that plan.
Let me explain what I'm doing. The one you have up here is if there are apartments on the west side of the wetland.
Does anyone have the other plan? 'Cause
Sure,
That's
sure.
the only plan. we
They're
have.
both, no, they're both in the MPD approval.
No, we're talking, she's talking in our,
Right there. So if you read the conditions, Commissioner, we have to do rear-loaded townhomes fronting on Kiefer so that you get your frontage look on Kiefer that you've requested elsewhere. We have the right under the current zoning to do the standard commercial out parcel layout. Let me finish. Whereas this one, we're required to front the retail buildings on the frontage, okay? We spent months, this has been pending for 2 years, we spent months working out both of these plans. We agreed to insert all of these design conditions that the board has imposed since 2019. We agreed to abide by your C1 and C2 controls on commercial uses. We have none of those controls in our 2019 approval. So because it's late in the day, we're perfectly prepared if you don't want these additional controls, and if you don't want Kiefer Road built, we'll just live by the 2019 approval, have no restrictions, and let the chips fall where they may. Because it's very disconcerting to come up here and be blasted that I hate this, when I'm not sure you really understand the additional conditions that we've added to the property.
You know, no one came and talked to me about this.
Well, was that staff's job, or was it, you have my cell number and you know where to find me? And did you reach out to me at all to say I have a problem? That answer is no. So I hate to get short, but at this age, my patience is getting a little thin. You also know how it works if you have a problem. And if you have a problem, all you've got to do is let us know. Now, if you want us to sit down and go through this with you so that we can get you comfortable that we have implemented, in my opinion, 99% of the controls you put on all the others we've done out there. And we voluntarily added, this is verbatim, William and Gavin will tell you, these are verbatim the conditions that you've approved about 6 times in the last 18 months in VOPH. We're giving you exactly what you've required the other project.
Where is the super park?
It is a half-mile east of here, straight across Kiefer. This is across from Pasadena.
This is Kiefer and Handcart right here.
Yeah, I mean, you literally, if you go east on Kiefer,
It's just a little northeast of this corner of this property. Northeast is where the super park is.
Where's Mike Gavin's commercial stuff?
He's north.
all
of
up and
this.
down, he's north and south of us. We actually took the Mike Galvin MPUD conditions are what we used with Gavin and William to do these conditions. These are exactly the conditions you've approved on those projects.
So how many apartment, can you tell me what's there in the apartments?
If we do, we have to decide and notify staff that we're either going to do apartments on that west side or we're going to do townhomes. Once we make that election, we have to abide specifically by the applicable concept plan. If we go on the west side, we probably, because we have under 20 acres, we may have 15 acres usable, we probably could do close to 300 apartments maximum. The reason we want 350 is we actually want to retain some units in case we can get a vertical mixed-use developer on the east commercial side so that we would have some to put above the retail. That's why the 350. If we opt for the townhome plan on the west side, clearly we will not get 350 units.
Where are you looking to do vertical mixed use?
The east half of this property was approved originally for 100,000 square feet of retail.
Can we go back to the slide, please?
Yeah, put that back up. We're not changing that at all. See the red stuff? The east half divided by the wetland was originally approved for 100,000 square feet of commercial. We aren't changing that at all. All we're doing is we're agreeing to move the buildings up to the frontage, not have frontage parking, which you hate, not have out parcels.
Don't say I hate that.
Well, not have out parcels, not have direct out parcel access. Okay, and we've agreed to abide by your restriction on C1 and C2 uses that you've been imposing in VOPH. We have none of those restrictions in our 2019 approval. So we frankly thought that in exchange for bumping up the density, and as you know, the reason to bump the density is this VOPH financial plan is absolutely going to fail if we don't achieve the density.
I didn't say I was
get
against
that.
the density.
But I'm just saying, I'm trying to explain to everyone why. But in exchange for asking for a little bit of additional density, Evans has voluntarily agreed to now insert all of your retail controls and all of your residential controls. But if that doesn't work, let's just go back to Plan A. Let's just keep what we have in 2019, and we'll go on.
Do you guys like this site plan?
Well, let me ask you a question too. So on the red, it's all commercial.
Yes, sir.
Like, what do you anticipate?
That looks like a public.
Offices,
There-
shops, retail?
Right. I believe, and I think this is a type 1 village, most intense village category in VOPH. This is one of the primary ones. The current interest is, of course, every grocer imaginative.
I was going to say.
All the grocers are wanting to get into VOPH. They're knocking on everyone's door. Beyond that, my personal opinion is you're going to be looking at a good mix of boutique shops and restaurants and wine bars and some professional office. I think you're going to have a lot of people that kind of work out of their own office that will want to locate out here close to home. So I think we'll have a lot of professional offices, small retail, grocers. I mean, that's what I think the market's going to attract, but who knows?
But you haven't designed that kind of layout. We just saw one we just had one from Ryan.
This
Old
retail,
Pasco and
Commissioner, because we're providing that drainage pond voluntarily to serve Handcart Road, which they didn't have drainage for Handcart, we've only got 10 or 12 acres of retail there. This isn't a 50, 60, 100 acre town center site. I mean, you can't design every project to do everything. And this is only one piece. Remember, you saw the other image. This village center has 4 corners. We just happen to only own this 40-acre parcel, but there are 4 corners to this. So the total village center is going to have all kinds of other things. But this is just the southwest quadrant of that 4-quadrant village center.
we really shot ourselves in the foot when we took out a lot of the requirements of VOPH.
What?
You guys, you weren't on the board, and you weren't on the board there, but originally it was not, it was different. And they came in and they got us to, Yeah, this is
Commissioner,
not,
with all respect,
this
the
is
only,
not walkable.
well, it has a wetland through the center. We're constructing the multi-use path along the entire northern boundary that goes straight across Keeper to the super park. Is that not walkable? A 12-foot multi-purpose trail that goes?
This is not a community. This is the opposite of what I really hoped to see in the villages of Pasadena.
Well, I don't know what your vision is.
I don't know what staff, I don't know who worked on this. I really don't know the rules. We were supposed to have some kind of workshop on what's going on in VOPH. I don't know if we ever did. But I feel sorry. I feel, Commissioner Oakley, this is your hood. And this is nothing special.
This was all done prior to me being here.
This is nothing special. That's the sadness.
I didn't
of it.
design it. I was around when they approved it, but I was not a commissioner.
I'm going to say with the commercial the way it is, and frankly, if you need more commercial for more office or those work two spaces that these people go back and forth to, great. But one of the things we talked about, and this is a big deal, was having all the buildings up to the front near the road.
What you're doing.
That's what you wanted to have, and that's what he's done.
No, you know, it is there on hand cart.
Well, it is on Kiefer too.
I mean, if that's a Publix, they get a little squirrely. I don't know if it's a Publix, but.
Well, they all want to be up there. You can name every grocer in the market, and every one of them is circling out there at all of these commercial centers. So far, no one has signed any deal with any of them, to my knowledge.
I just sent that picture to a very well-known planner, and he said, that's a hell of a parking lot. Whatever sort of walkable place the county thought VOPH was gonna be is not happening. And, you know, I don't see what makes that different from anywhere else. And it's just
Well,
sad to me.
let me address that concern. If you read the conditions, and again, this condition is not in the current 2019 approval, but if you approve this, the retail design condition actually says that Evans will abide by whatever retail design criteria you adopt for VOPH. I wrote that in.
Vertical mixed use.
Well, you're gonna make somebody build vertical mix, how many of those do you
Talk to
have?
Ryan.
How many vertical mixed-use projects do you have existing in Pasco County with you saying that for the last 15 years? How many of them are built?
But this is what that corner
Zero.
village was supposed to be. Now, that's because we don't require them.
Well, Evans is not a developer, and if you would like to purchase this and raise your capital to go build that vertical mixed use, Mr. Linton will take that contract in at Evans, he'll probably sign it tomorrow morning. But until you're willing to put your capital behind those ideas, I think you need to be a little more fair about what you ask for.
Joe, let me ask a question. I'm going to ask for something. So I look at the connectivity, and I know you got the connectivity to the north. When I look down at the lower three buildings, and if you put maybe, if there's, and I don't know if how long it is, how wide it is, whether it can be done or not, but even maybe a walking path going across the wetland, going across some type of wooden bridge, if you can get them to where they can get those lower parcels and then maybe get to the front of the building to the side, it might help a little bit. The ones to the north really don't need it because they go the other way, but if it helped them, that would help them a little more accessible for the five buildings to actually benefit.
And we did talk with Parks about that. The concern is that environmental crossing, but I think when we get to site plan and site development, the conditions do require us to do our best to have an integrated walkable path system throughout the project. And if it becomes feasible to do a boardwalk crossing or two connecting those paths, then we certainly would take a look at that. But it does require walkability in the conditions. Mm-hmm. And, you know, this isn't a defined site plan. I mean, you guys are the ones that started requiring these concept plans. And all we can do when we have zero users and we're completely guessing is just do the best we can to give you a rendition that, again, abides by what we understand from prior approvals to be the primary concerns. Those primary concerns are those rear-loaded townhouses on the frontage. It's having those retail buildings push up on the road frontage. It's having walkable paths and connecting to the trail. I mean, that's what we've been told to do. Yeah. But when you don't have a specific It's a chicken and egg. And if you guys own this land and you're trying to develop this project and you had 0 users, but you have to get zoning first before you can attract a user, you would have the same dilemma. It is impossible at this concept plan stage without any user to draw the plan that's going to be built and make everybody happy. And then, of course, everyone wants to be the planner. And not everyone can be the planner because they didn't get retained for the project to do the planning. So it's patently unfair.
I have a question. How many parking spaces do you have per unit?
You guys have the numbers. We resolved that based on the prior approvals in VOPH. It's the 1.6 ratio for multifamily that you've approved on all the other projects out there. And if we do, every single one out there has been approved at 1.6. And it's 2-3 dozen of them. And if we do the vertical mixed use, then you get a reduction in that because of that. So it's exactly the same standard. As I said, these conditions were the, quote, Galvin MPUD conditions that we put onto this project. Yeah. And I've stood up here a dozen times and had those approved and been congratulated. What a fine job you did.
It's the layout, not the
Okay.
numbers. Can I see what the townhome one looked like, please? Because we don't have that in our book. That one. Wait, go back to that. What, can you explain? No. You had it, not that one.
That's the apartment.
That
There
one.
it is, sorry.
Can you explain what's going on there? Because I don't really understand this one.
Well, the ones on the Kiefer frontage that are the slightly darker shade, those are the rear-loaded ones.
Townhomes?
Townhomes. All of these are townhome areas. And then we have you remember the townhome conditions that you've made us put in every townhome approval for the last 5 years?
They're pulled up.
These are exactly those conditions. So these are exactly the conditions that you mandated us to put in every MPUD, which we did not have in 2019.
Is there a clubhouse or anything for those townhomes?
Well, there likely will be, but again, we don't have the townhome developer or user. So they will tell you, well, we would like that to be, the third row would be our clubhouse, or the second row would be, I mean, they'll decide that. But the point is, we're supposed to show you a form of development that meets your basic rules. And your basic rules are rear-loaded on the frontage, which we did. No more than so many units per building, which we did. How many trees go there? How long the driveway has to be. You can't park on the street. All those conditions are in here. And they are exactly...
I'm for park on streets, but what's going on up there on Kiefer Road?
Okay, Kiefer Road, right now we have no obligation to build anything. What we've agreed to build, which is going to cost us about twice as much as our development fees will be, so we're going to be double upside down. But because Handcart is under design to be built, we don't want to have to reconstruct the Handcart intersection, so Evans has agreed to go ahead and require their developer. We are constructing essentially the west side of that Handcart intersection to conform to the ultimate 4-lane configuration. And the county engineer has approved this exact design, because the problem is at the northwest corner of our property where that giant oak tree is and that house is, that gentleman is pretty insistent that that new 4-lane road is not going through his living room at this point.
Oh,
So we
that
are...
light green is the boundary of the future Kiefer Road?
Right. Well, let me tell you that story. The landowner on the north side of Kiefer, he said the following. He's not selling his land, he's not developing his land, and he's not providing any right-of-way to anybody. So Evans has voluntarily agreed that we are donating the entire 142 feet for that right-of-way off our property. Again, we're not giving you that in the 2019 approval. So if you don't want that right-of-way, we'll just stick with 2019. But in this approval, we're donating all that right-of-way and constructing that road so that it can get back to the existing 2 lanes and not go through that man's living room yet.
Jack. I mean,
Can I hear from staff?
Commissioner Oakley.
yeah, I've got something to add to it. This, from Handcart, starting on Kiefer, Kiefer goes all the way to Curly. Curly and Kiefer are the corner of Kirkland Ranch School, the high school. We have trouble out there. We're moving traffic around anyway. When this road eventually gets built, it's going to help in relieving a lot of that traffic issues we have. Plus, on Elam, coming on the south side of the school over to Kiefer is a vision road that's going to come in one day that will further help with spreading out the traffic. So this is all very important to get that road started.
Yeah, and I'm not.
And they are willing to do that.
Like I said, I'm not against the uses, I'm not against the density increase. I just wish
I have a question for staff.
we had a better plan.
Commissioner Yeager.
Okay, question. You know I'm parking in townhomes, so how many, 1.6, what does that look like?
The 1.6 is only for if they chose the multifamily garden style.
Depends on what
This binding plan, that ratio is only binding for those purple units there. If they were to do the townhomes, that 1.6 wouldn't apply. Those homes would
Right,
ostensibly
which one's
have
purple?
driveways.
The
So
apartments.
there are two different plans. The beigey is townhomes, the purple is multifamily.
Okay,
So if you flip
right.
back up, there you go.
So that's 1.6.
Yes, ma'am, for the
And-
purple.
And then the other one, the townhomes?
The townhomes ostensibly would have driveways, so it would just, the parking would be accomplished on the driveway, and where applicable, we have in the conditions of approval that aren't, on-street parking would be permitted, if they can make the geometries and everything work once they lay out the sites.
I'll say, because I say it at every meeting, when we just plan these, I want to make sure that there's ample parking, because I look out for people getting towed. It's a pet peeve of mine, so.
Mr. Starkey.
What is that, going down the middle? Is that a
Wetland?
river?
It's a wetland
or-
area. It's a wetland area,
I
drainage.
know, what category?
It's a category 1.
Category one? It's weirdly shaped.
That's where it drains.
The headwater is connected to that big wetlands to the south on the side.
Okay, so I want to hear y'all's thoughts on the conditions and layout and all those things at this very important corner of VOPH.
It is David Engel, Planning and Economic Development Director. I'd like to speak to the layout. So we spend an inordinate time, and I'm surprised that this isn't a plan to somewhat admire, because we built up to the urban edge on all the perimeter streets. And if you look at either scenario, whether it be towns or multifamily, most of the parking is screened from the roads. To accommodate on the townhouses, we provided rear loaders with an alleyway, so you have urban edge along Kiefer Road. All the buildings, the retail buildings along Handcart are brought up to the setback line, besides a little separation on the side yards. And we tried to optimize the design. There's an accommodation for potential of vertically integrated mixed use in the red areas.
That I like.
And we do have a walkability issue because of the Class 1. And as Mr. Tu said, during site plan, they may want to bridge it with a walkway. And there is an ability to traverse along Kiefer Road from the west side to the east side of the project, where we're limited to do internal connectivity because of the wetlands.
I do think the townhome layout is more attractive than the apartment layout, but, and I get that there's challenges in the site with that thing going down the middle.
The reason why I was surprised is, compared to the approved plan and what was being proposed, I think this is a vast improvement.
I don't know what was approved, but I hope
Well, if you didn't like this, you would hate that.
well,
Plus, we're getting $4 million worth of road improvements.
Yeah.
Just to give you a highlight, why the density, what's the necessity. First of all, VOPH has been built out well below their entitlements, and we're not hitting the proper benchmarks to get our roads approved. And In fact, I just met with Mike Galvin yesterday. He's the predominant builder in VOPH. And he goes, hey, you know, I'm out there, there's no development yet, and Handcart Road is like a parking lot. We need to get our roads in, and we couldn't support the road plan with the under-entitled densities of these projects. This is in a peripheral village area, and the original plan generates about $800,000 worth of mobility impact fees. This plan will generate about $2 million, $2.1 million to be precise. And the costs of the Kiefer Road improvements are $4.1 million. So to accommodate the county for the density, they're going to be generating more than double the impact fees, and they're going to have to eat an additional $2 million in infrastructure costs.
On the traffic circulation, I see, I guess that's a right-in, and is that a full access entrance off of Kiefer into the commercial?
That is there's a right-in, and no, that looks like a full-service intersection.
Okay, because it looks like the one on Handcart is only right out. I mean, it's not integral to me.
Steve Henry is the traffic engineer and designer in this project.
They only have one full access entrance. I'm curious why they didn't get one on Handcart.
Oh, well, on Handcart, because of spacing, there'll be a directional median opening to the south. So that's shown on there. So if you look at that, as you go from Kiefer south, there's a directional median, which will be left in, right out. So that's what we're proposing there. Because of the spacing and the widening of Handcart, that's all we could fit within the property frontage.
So to be clear, there's no left in from Handcart into the commercial?
No, yes. Yes, it's a
in.
left in.
Yeah, coming from the south, coming
Correct.
up.
Left in, right out. There's no
Okay,
left
that's
out.
Just no left out.
Yeah, that's okay.
Right.
So once you go in to go shopping, you don't care if they leave or not.
Exactly. But they just go to the back of the parking lot, they would just go straight up and take it right or left.
Correct. Yeah, they go out to Kiefer and make a left to light.
It's easy.
Right.
And that's what they're gonna do.
I
That's
hope
what we want them to do.
whoever your developer ends up being here is very sensitive to the history of what this area is supposed to be, and the super park, the mountain bike park, everything that we're building right down the street. I hope there's a hotel on here.
We do too.
I wish it could have been the commercial, I don't know.
All right.
Well, whatever.
Chair,
I
let me
can't
ask,
complain.
Commissioner Wade.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. Feel like I was deja vu listening to Mr. Two up here talk to you, Commissioner Starkey, earlier today. Anyway, just, you guys know how much of a stickler I am for being compliant with the VOPH plan.
It's at 6:30.
This level of density and where this is within the proper circle. I'm going to ask every time because of what happened to Village B at McCabe and Curly and that whole intersection right there.
My answer is, sir, that this is consistent with the adopted VOPH plan, and Will Vermillion will confirm that if he can.
A picture is worth 1,000 words on these, which is that's what I go online to the website and I look at the picture. So,
yes, sir.
Some of them have modified.
Yes, sir. So I'll back us up to the village plan. This falls within that red area and that dark brown area, which is
That's the town center.
right. So that's the core and the core residential, which is up to, which is the highest density residential in VOPH as well as the non-residential.
So my question is within VOPH, so north of it, on the north side, is the Handcart Garden Center. They've done a phenomenal job rehabbing that place, and it looks fantastic, and I hope they do a great business. It's really a unique gym, and I think they're probably going to evolve and do more than just plants. But within these urban cores like this, the garden center, how, as time goes on, obviously there's entitlements to change, but how can we, I want to ensure that we continue to complement the existing businesses that are such as unique as they are with the neighboring, it's a prime corner, they're on a prime corner, and there's two others, right? So I want to make sure that when projects are coming through, they're complementary to what's existing.
you know, to make money off plants, it's expensive. And there's big time investment made there, and I'm very proud of what they've built. So just something to keep in mind as VOPH, you know, evolves.
Yes, sir, and there's a method to the madness of aggregating this town center, because the garden center will benefit from the additional traffic coming in and out of there.
All right, I'm just going to ask, because there was no one that commented, but does anyone from the public want to speak to this item? Okay, let's do public comment.
Are they signed up?
You weren't sworn in? Okay. All right, you swear in?
My name?
Give name and address for the record.
She hasn't been sworn. She needs to be
She
sworn
has
in.
not?
Right.
Okay. Go ahead and give.
My name is Marita Shai. I live at 7310 and Ryan Loop in Zephyr Hills.
And do you swear that any, the evidence that you will give, or the testimony you will give in this matter is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm here only because of
Talking
not
about
this project here.
We're only here to speak this project right now.
Oh, gee, no, I'll wait then.
Okay.
A little later.
All right. All right, I'm going to make a comment. As far as with the extra improvements that you guys are doing, I think it's huge. It's much needed. We'll see some benefits down the road. And as you do get an end user, I think that's the time to really dive into it. But what you've done with the layouts at the frontage, I mean, that was what we were pushing for a long time. I prefer definitely the townhome edge, but we'll see what plays out. And I'm glad someone mentioned hotel, because I think a hotel would be a nice little addition to that too, because with that park right there, if we run big events, guess what they're going to want to do? Stay right there. I think a Publix right there, or whatever is going to be a perfect fit, because all those people going to the park are going to load up and go. So this needs to be an intense thing. And I'm going to say this: if you guys have a user and you think you need more entitlements, especially commercially, I want you to come back and reach out to it, because we can do more of that verticalness and even create more jobs right in there as well. So be it. Don't be locked into just what you got. We appreciate what you got, but this at least gets it rolling to get the infrastructure in place, which will help. All right, any further discussions? All right, to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Oh, I'm a reluctant aye.
Any opposed? All right, approved, 5-0. Thank you. We'll go to P70.
P70, we have proof of publication in the Tampa Bay Times, publications of December 10, 2025, and December 17, 2025.
Joshua Allen Crafton, Real Property Division. Good afternoon. The Real Property team has received a petition to vacate a portion of platted alleyways by Jason and Sarah Baker, joined by the co-petitioners. The purpose of this vacation is for the expansion of their property. There were no objections to this petition, and we recommend approval.
Okay. Any questions? Anyone here to speak to item on P70? All right, to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, 5-0. Okay, item P72.
P72, we have proof of publication November 26, 2025 edition of Tampa Bay Times, supplemented by an affidavit of certified mailings and site posting.
Good afternoon, Amy Toll, Planning Development and Economic Growth. P72 is PDE 26-7666. It's a zoning amendment in the name of Murphy Road MPUD, Oakley, Pasco County Property Trust et al. It's a rezoning request from an RMH Mobile Home District, an AR Agricultural Residential District, to an MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District, to allow for the development of 434 single-family detached units and associated infrastructure on approximately 118.82 acres located in southeastern Pasco County at the northeast corner of the intersection of Murphy Road and County Road 54. This comes with you, or comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions. There is a presentation if desired.
Presentation? It's on regular. No. Okay. Let me just do a question. Is there anyone here to speak to item P72? Okay. I will do a presentation first, then we'll have you speak.
Okay. And I will be abstaining from this vote.
Well, better make it quick.
Good evening, William Vermillion, Planning Development Economic Growth. Because of my employment here at the county, I don't believe I can be as curt as Mr. Two, so I'll give you guys a nice and kind presentation.
I'll get them later. Already texted them. The war has started.
This is a rezoning request from AR Agricultural Residential and RRMH Mobile Home District to MPD Master Plan Unit Development for the maximum of 434 single-family detached residential dwelling units on 118 acres. This is just on the north side of County Road 54, half a mile west of the intersection of County Road 54 and Chansey. Here's a location map showing this project in the eastern market area, just to the northeast of Zephyr Hills. This is the aerial location map. The future land use map, this area has a Res 9 on the majority and Res 6 just on the northern edge. The current zoning reflecting a majority RMH and some AR. Here is a contextual map of the area. You can see in gray, the site is bordered by the existing CSX rail line. And to the south, there's an I-1 parcel that's currently used as an auto salvage yard along County Road 54. To the very north of the screen, you have Pretty Pond Road, where eventually that extension will take traffic all the way out there to Old Lakeland Highway. You have Chinkin Road and the Daughtry Road extension. The Daughtry Road extension, of course, the one running from east to west across your screen all the way to Old Lakeland, and Chinkin is an existing dirt road that traverses north and south. This project went to Planning Commission a couple times and was continued. The original proposal was a lot more intense than what's before you today, so I wanted to go over some of the changes that the applicant made after discussions with staff and some of the stakeholders in the community, as well as the city of Zephyr Hills. Originally, the proposal was for 672 townhomes and single-family detached units, which was inclusive of the 40-foot lots, which I know that the board is not in favor of. And so what we did was we reduced down to 434 dwelling units total of single-family detached and increased the minimum lot size to 55 square foot lots at a minimum, and we increased the landscaping buffering for the adjoining neighbors, especially to the north. So here's the master plan. You can see that the internal roadway network, there's two primary access points off of County Road 54. As you move north across the eventual Daughtry Road extension, which bifurcates the property east and west, and the green areas denoting some of those larger buffers being put into the north. The amenity center was also moved, the mail kiosk was also moved to further central to the property to avoid any disturbance to some of the surrounding community members. Here are some of the buffering typicals to add a visual depiction. A lot of times folks up here say, you know, it's a type B or it's a type D buffer, and there's not really a visual depiction that goes along with it. This is a visual depiction of both the type D buffer and the type B buffer, which will be for some of those citizens in the neighborhood as well as along the right-of-way. For the typical sections of the internal roadway, the top of which is the traditional 50-foot section that serves most of the residential neighborhoods in Pasco County with the 5-foot sidewalks, the travel lanes. It's the one that's initially codified in PM 26. And then to the south, because of the two access and the amount of units in this, there's actually a type 1B collector road. And on that collector road, we worked with the applicant to add a multi-use path in lieu of a sidewalk. So you'll see on the right side of the screen there's an 8-foot multi-use path that will be traversing this road running north-south for the pedestrians in this neighborhood. There are two variation requests with this proposal. The first from 901-6011 to not provide an interconnection to the east or to the northwest, both to Chenkin or Forbes, because both of those are currently substandard county roads and didn't need further additional impact from the traffic of this development. Eventually, at some point in the future, long out in the future, when the Daughtry Road extension is completed from east to west, that will provide the meaningful eastern connection for this project as it bifurcates the project.
Is there a stub out that's going to be set there?
Let me back up. So there is no stub out. So if we look, the majority of that area is existing, the backs of existing homes. Let me try to point. It's the back of existing homes there. And then eventually the eastern connection will be made. This Vision Road, when built, will give this the opportunity to connect in an eastwardly manner. The last variation being from 9013B, that is the arterial and collector spacing. Like I mentioned before, there's two connections here on County Road 54, and the spacing, because of the frontage that this property occupies, it's not mathematically possible to be able to meet the spacing, which is 660 feet. So the applicant proposed an alternative standard to reduce the amount of width in between those by a small amount to be 592 feet and 525 feet respectively. That was done with a transportation study which found that there would be no adverse safety impacts due to the minimal reduction of spacing that wasn't mathematically feasible with the project's limited frontage on 54. With that, it comes with a recommendation of approval with conditions from Planning Commission and Planning Development Economic Growth. I'm available for any questions.
Let me ask Commissioner Stark, what do you think about the connectivity?
What?
What do you think of the connectivity?
What is, okay, Clark from that.
No, I'm asking you a question first.
Well, I was looking up the Schimberg study. I didn't pay attention.
Mr. Hobby.
Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby, Hobby and Hobby PA, 109 North Breast Street, been sworn earlier. The connectivity, if I might address that, the only two roads we aren't connecting to, Commissioner Mariano, there's a dirt road called Chinkin that's very local near the northwest corner. And the other road, Forbes, will have a connection to it when the Vision Road is ultimately built to it. It's just we don't want to connect to it now because Forbes needs to be improved for that to happen. So that's all. The big thing, just to take a step back, and I won't spend a bunch of time on this, the existing comp plan and the existing zoning allow for approximately 36% more units than the zoning that we're requesting. And the existing zoning allows those units to be either mobile homes or 40-foot lots. And we're seeking 55-foot lots. So this is a complete and total no-brainer, in my opinion. The board should be jumping all over this, as should the neighbors. We had probably 15, 20 people at the first Planning Commission hearing, and we were requesting townhouses at that time, and we downshifted the project substantially, I think by 40-something% of units, got rid of all the townhouses, and that's why there aren't a bunch of neighbors here today. They finally understood we really downshifted the project.
Unlike Joel, Clark met with me on this.
Anyway, I'm happy to answer any questions.
But it's, just to say one thing, this project went from 700 some units down to 400 some units. And much better project than it would have been if it was kept all the density that it had, so.
And when we added more landscape buffers, we did a bunch of stuff to make it better for our neighbors.
It's a beautiful project. You'd be very proud if you own the project.
All right. Let's go to public comment. Anyone from the public want to speak?
Page 32.
Please come forward. Anyone else, please line up behind. Catherine's got to leave at 5, so we got to get going.
5938 Frontier Drive, Zephyr Hills, Florida, 33540. Okay, where
And you have
is-
been sworn, ma'am?
Pardon?
And you have been sworn?
Were you?
Oh, yes, I've been sworn. like.
Needed to state it for the record, that's all I'm looking for.
Listen, okay, anyway, Forbes Road, when you pull out on it, you immediately go on railroad tracks, CSX. And then there's another set of railroad tracks to the east of Forest Lakes Estates. These railroad tracks are still in use.
Please address us.
We hear the horns, okay? I can tell you the times of day, 8 o'clock in the morning, and so on, okay? I do not see how this is possible since Forbes Road is literally, when you come out, this is the railroad tracks, that's Forbes Road, okay? So putting in extra houses or whatever it is you want to put in there is going to add traffic, okay? As you all know, and if you don't, I buried a daughter, okay, and I can show you pictures of the vehicle where she was hit and it rolled down the side of, besides these railroad tracks. Okay, there's a lot of traffic that's coming up 54. It's just like, and with the construction, it backs up. It is dangerous. There's no kind of lights, just like there's no flashing light on Blanton's fire department, and the light on the new 18 has a green light, so they've told me many times they come out and people just go right on by. But anyway, this is a mistake. We have already had to deal with the damage from Gateway and 54 with all of the things they've put in the road and the fact that they're leaving the road dirt, nails, screws. I have been through 3 sets of tires and 3 windshields, and I'm over it. I am over it, and I know you all know that because I send you regular emails every time there's an accident. I have sent videos of people running red lights when there are ZPD officers sitting under a tree and do nothing about it. I have talked to William Poe about it, don't get any answers. So I will continue to send these emails. And I also am sending them to somebody in Washington, D.C., where you all think you're not getting help. I am.
Anyone else here to speak to this item? If you would, ladies, please come forward and let's line up. Thank you.
First of all, this is my first time ever here, attending anything related with Zephyr Hills.
Name and address for the
Have
record.
your
My name is
I know you
Marita.
gave it before, but just one more time.
Marita Scheid, and I live on 7310 Ryman Loop.
And have you been sworn?
And
Yes.
if they
Have
put
you-
the picture back
I know, but you gotta
where
say.
it shows, there, Ryman Loop is at the very top. The north
Yes.
of this project is the south of, we have 6 residents.
Ma'am, I know you stated it for the last hearing, but as part of the record, we need to have on the record that you've been sworn.
I was sworn,
Thank
yes, yes. I'm new.
Okay.
I did not, I am the vice president of the Pretty Pond Association, which is the 49 houses on Ryman Loop. And we and the board didn't get the letter to make it to the first meeting. I was asked as the vice president and the liaison, that's my responsibility between resident to the board, I was asked to come here. We have a concern with our HOA. When Milton went through, we had over 30 trees that went down on Ryman Loop, on the 49 houses. We had one house totally destroyed, a couple seriously damaged. However, we had no water damage at all. We have 3 retention ponds. The properties on Forbes Road was wet. The property behind where the now cow pastures and stuff was wet. We had people on Chinkton Road, I don't pronounce it quite right, that parked on our street and walked through our properties to get to their backyards because there was so much water. There were tractor trailers sucking water out on Pretty Pond Road for weeks. Ryman Loop Street was dry. Our 49 houses were dry. Of the 2 retention ponds that hold water from time to time, they were pretty full, but their banks not to the top. The one retention pond has never held water from 1999 until Milton, and it had half its water. That was all. Every 5 years, the retention ponds get inspected. It happened December of 2024, right after the storm. They all passed. Our retention ponds passed. They were in very good shape. The concern we have is with the infrastructure and the streets and the housing development, will there be an impact? So how the water is absorbed, how it'll impact the 6 residents that are right there where there's 2, I think those are retention ponds, those 2 pictures, the 2 blue parts. Will that impact? And if it does, who do we work with? Who do we talk to? I'm looking for advice.
All right, time's up. Thank you for your input. Okay. Anyone else here to speak to this item? Anyone online?
No.
Okay, we'll close public comment to P72. And to the board, or the staff want to address anything that was just spoken to? Drainage?
William Vermillion, Planning Development, Economic Growth. Of course, the pre and post, the pre-development's not gonna change, so their stormwater ponds shouldn't be impacted because they're gonna be compensating for all of the pre-development.
Okay, to the board.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
I abstain.
With the notation that
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
I
Oakley is
abstain
also-
from voting.
Yes, I'm sorry, 4-0.
Clark, could you
Unanimous.
let her know about the flooding, how the engineering went? Or one of them? Someone needs to talk to her. So she gets her questions answered. Okay, are you?
Committee reports, I think we're to Commissioner Waitman.
Yes. Where's Ralph? Ralph will be involved in one of these. So, Commissioner Starkey's team was there. I'm not sure, but anyway, so this is
They're not in the picture.
this is a picture. Katie's in one of them. She was there. She and Jenny both to prove it. But I don't have. I guess I didn't.
They
put
told
the
me they
rest
went.
on. They were there. So
I
anyway,
might have a picture.
tunnels to towers opened up their amenity center in the Duguid Village. 24,000 square feet. Just, I mean, hundreds and hundreds of people from all over the country showed up to this event. Pasco Fire, their honor guard led the procession, and the bagpipers in, and just well represented Pasco Fire at this event. And it was pretty strong, and hopefully that, I don't know, maybe there's an ability to partnership because there's classrooms, swimming pools, you name the physical therapy opportunity and social opportunity within this building. It was pretty neat. I know I don't normally show events that I go to, but this was one of them worth noting. The main piece is a legislative issue I've been following, and it's with I forgot the house number, but it deals with the HOAs and the dissolution of potentially the HOAs, and right now it's roughly 20% of the vote. My concern is, I don't know if we need to get FAC involved to bird dog it. There's not a companion in the Senate. And maybe FAC for the cities. Is if these entities were to dissolve, who's on the hook to foot the bill? Because right now, unincorporated county and the cities don't foot the bill, pay for the many sidewalks, roads, landscaping. And if property taxes are, happen to be reeled in and whatever changes or potentially happen to that,
it'll be a budget bust for cities and counties across the state. And so it was just this piece I've been following and I have a concern with because it deals directly with our budget and our millage rates. And so I didn't know if there was any other insight on it or if any other board members have been following it or Ralph, but there's a huge monetary
And there is, and like you said, there is an innocent companion on that. One thing to note in the House, when a bill is assigned to committee, which this has been, if it's more than 3, that's not a good sign. This has got 4 committee stops. It is on the radar for FAC. It has been raised at some of their meetings, but I don't see this going far. We will. It's been on my list to monitor, and we will continue to monitor.
I bring it up.
I just don't think it'll go far.
It's been on most every local
Yeah.
news station, and it's getting a lot of attention.
Well,
Yeah.
you got to understand, as long as I've been in the process, HOAs have been the #1 complaint to the legislature, and the legislature has never wanted to touch any legislation pertaining to that. It's a neighbor versus neighbor fight issue. And for them to come out and actually file a bill and move it, and put it in, for committee assignments, of course it's going to get a lot of news on that. So again, I don't think it's going to go far, but we will continue to monitor it. I'm sure FAC will weigh in as well as
Chicken Little
FLC.
with Live Local for a while on an island.
What?
And then boom, everybody's like, oh, talked about it for months, and everybody's like, shut up, Waitman. And then it happened, right? And
Correct.
so this is just another one because of property taxes, our budgets. That's a big ticket item.
Sure.
So I just figured I'd ping everybody's radar.
Appreciate it.
I agree with you that it's poorly written.
It's scary. 20%.
But it doesn't assign the obligation to us. It assigns it to something called a association trustee, but then it doesn't provide any way for the association trustee to finance
So
the stuff.
How did we end up with the defunct HOAs and parts of the west part of the county? How did we?
Oh, they went, so many of them went under.
And then we end up. Yeah.
No.
We don't end up doing
No,
this.
what we had.
In MSBU?
What we had was, we created a road and bridge, or it was created by election, a road and bridge district. If you're talking about Highlands and Pasco Road. And then when that elected board went away, the legislature said, Pasco, it's your problem.
My point.
But it's not, it's unlike the CDDs and the CDDs and those other special districts. There's no real tie. You didn't create an HOA. So there's no real tie to give it back to the county. Now, their roads, if they have private roads, would be a common improvement. And it says that the trustee is supposed to get rid of them. Well, how do you get rid of the road? I mean, it's not well thought out as what's going to happen if they.
And the amenities in the pool.
Right. I agree that if it goes anywhere, it needs significant work.
It's concerning the way it's written today. So I'm done. Thank you.
Well, I'd just like to say before you go further, as you've ended, I want to say your work on Live Local, your awareness to it, and your constant bringing it up was a big asset to this county, and as well as to the state to look at it and to get focused. So don't short self yourself there. You were a great leader in that position, so thank you for that. Commissioner Starkey.
Okay, I want to scroll through those pictures that my staff might have sent very, very quickly. I attended the groundbreaking for Cobia Cove, which is the Dominion project. It's right there by Ankle High School. It's going to be, look how nice that is. The whole thing is 60% AMI, and there's four schools within this area, and I just think it's going to be a great project. I attended the TMA. I donated some bikes and worked the Metropolitan Ministries tent. I didn't make it to the Pisano. I had some other meetings that kept me from going, but my staff was there when they were handing out the food. I did make my annual cookie trays and with my girlfriends and delivered them to the Rap House and Metropolitan Ministries. Katie and Jenny attended the Tunnels to Tower ribbon cutting, and there's some of the pictures
Yep,
of it.
see,
That's really
they're-
nice.
They were there.
Yeah, that is absolutely
Their
beautiful.
playground, I mean, it's pretty neat. I encourage, stop in and see it.
I will talk to you at the next board meeting about amending our ordinance to allow others to make code complaints, because right now, Pasco County rules are, you have to live next door, and I'm gonna tell you some of the consequences of that. I wanted to make sure that we don't miss the deadline for the parks, MSTU, and the sheriff's MSTU. When are we talking about those things?
So we've already established the MSTUs.
No, we have to put the numbers in.
Oh, that's always by the trim, so that's July.
We have to do it till July?
Nope.
Okay. Derek Berger, who used to be my aide, is leaving for the Navy. He's going, and how long is he gone for? He's not leaving the county. His job is on hold by law.
He's reserved.
But he is going into the Navy to be a chaplain. So he'll be gone January 10th. He leaves, but we're excited he's going to serve his country in the Navy. Okay, a couple of things, and Jack, you touched on it real quick, that I think you should be paying attention to. One of them, do you have any other up there? So, okay, this one was what I was looking through when Clark was going through his thing. I thought it was page 36, page 33. This is from the Schimberg report, and I haven't gone through all of it yet, but my husband called this out to me, so this is the only one that I have put down in memory. This is the median home values in Pasco County. Our average medium home value, where does it say there is the average is 391, we're 351. Look at where we are at the 500,000 and below, the bigger value homes compared to our neighbors. And let me tell you why this is important. Because it takes, and I don't know what the number is, I'd like for someone to get it. Maybe Dr. Bellis can get it for us. There is a certain value of a home where they add to our revenue rather than take from it, right? So if we are a county that fills up with homes, it probably is around 400 or something only, we're gonna bankrupt ourselves. It's gonna be more takers than givers. We have to pay attention to this. We have to pay attention to this. We need more high-value homes. They add so much more per capita to our general revenue, if we still get the property taxes. But we are way below the average, and it was really surprising to me. And I don't know how much property we have left, and I don't know how we can shape this, but I think this is a discussion, an economic discussion that we need to have on how we can help right that ship. The other thing I wanted you to take a look at is the Florida Tax Watch came out with their new updates, and a lot of them are like really relevant. I wanted you to know, the sheriff used to say we're 64th out of 67 counties. Okay, we're now like up in the 50s. So we have made up, maybe in the 40s. You were supposed to get some of these, but maybe you didn't get them. Okay, municipal, per capita county municipal public safety expenditures. We're 48. We used to be like 64.
Well, that combines fire and.
Yeah, but in that same category, we were 64th, and now we're 48. And let's see what else. So this one I thought was really good. Percentage of available local option sales. No, that isn't the one. Per capita total property levies. This one. Total property tax levies per 1,000 personal income. The average in the state is 3274. We're at number 38 at 25. There's some really interesting stuff in here. We are still super affordable compared to our neighbors. And I would say, maybe to a detriment to our fiscal future. So I don't think what we did today on the tree ordinance is gonna hurt us, because we're still way below everybody else in the cost of living here. So I hope we can dissect the Schimberg study. You brought it up on the multifamily.
Yeah.
And some of the other stuff at a future meeting.
Let
That's
me
all I wanna say.
let me enhance the conversation a little bit if I could. So, if you look at places like Annapolis, look at places along Lutz, Northern Hills Road, what do you see? Golf courses with high-end homes, high-end people. All our golf courses work on reclaimed water, used to be stormwater. We take the fees to go punish those people with reclaimed water fees that have just gone up and up and up. I think we should be taking a look at not only not doing that to encourage more golf courses, but maybe look at how we had the changes with the hockey rink years ago at Evan Ice. We're going to charge them $1 million to come in and build something for us to go use. There's going to be an attractor bringing people in. Golf course is going to bring high-end people in, probably executives coming in, and you want to change those demographics, get some houses going, like down in Fox Hollow, going for $1 million plus. That's what you need to go see. I would say if you want to go to take a look at some things, that's something we can do before it's too late, before everything else gets developed.
I think we have an opportunity with 4G to hope that it's mostly executive homes. I talked with some folks about Panther Ridge is looking like they're coming in with some higher end homes. And I just, I think we need to look at these little pockets, and I don't know how we incentivize a higher home.
You do it through minor rural subdivisions, larger lot sizes.
Yeah, larger lot sizes.
Minor rural
But
subdivisions.
we have to be more balanced for fiscal.
I'm gonna tell you, what's people come down to Florida, they golf and they fish, go to the beaches, right? We need to put some incentives out there with the golf courses. You wanna do some other things too to get the high-end people? Let's find out what they want and encourage something to go along. But literally, what you've done with the golf courses, you've actually minimized that. Anything else, Commissioner Starkey?
Nope, I'm done, and I gotta go.
Commissioner,
I
is
am
it 5 o'clock
so late.
already? Is it 5 o'clock already?
Oh, gosh,
Commissioner Yeager.
All right, so I will be super duper quick. So this is, Commissioner Starkey was gracious enough to let me intrude in her district, and we partnered with Grace's Food Pantry, and we also have a free senior store in there where the residents who are signed up for congregate dining can shop for free. So, and how we're getting the stuff for our store is through our partnership with Walmart. So we are super excited about that. Next slide. Okay, so we did stockings for seniors, and this was so much fun. This was the Elfers okay. This was Elfers, and super fun, but go to the next one and I'll explain it. So we came in, and that face with the Grinch feather, we had put some Grinch feathers in stockings, so the seniors were so funny. They were like, the Grinch came and got in my stocking. So they were super, super happy, lots of smiles. We Christmas caroled and had a blast. And next year we're gonna have Santa, and then when Santa leaves, we're gonna have the Grinch come in. But we were able to sponsor 115 seniors. So we were very excited to help provide Christmas for them. Okay, so this was our toy event out in Moon Lake, and thank you to Metropolitan Ministries. They helped with toys, and we were able to provide Christmas for 240 children.
Very nice.
So that was a really cool event. So, and we did Mike Fasano's, and then we also, the girls went to Metropolitan Ministries for toys. So that's it for District 4.
Very good. And I want to give a good shout out for Gracie's Food Pantry too. They had reached out because they had extra food around, so they went to the Hopes, the Rope Center, and they went to Holy Ground and provided food out there as well, and now they've made a connection with them. And I've got some pictures coming up with a HEPA, and I was at a HEPA house that opened in 2004 in Pasco. I'd say this is something, I talked to Mike about it briefly yesterday, but this is a program where they come in and they get HUD housing. They can take these people that are on Social Security and they get subsidized from it. They just pay 30% of their income and they can live in a home and live in an apartment. And those apartments are pretty nice up there, very social. The lady who's been there for probably 15 years. She says, I'm gonna plan to retire. Do you have some of my pictures or no? I was wondering if I had to get a new phone. So at HEPA, we had this dinner last night. The gentleman behind there, he's an Air Force veteran. He oversees all of HEPA. And then there's Jimmy Macris, who's a construction board appointee for me, but he's also in charge of our, for residential developments as well. So he's gonna be we'll be working together about going forward. Last night at their dinner, they actually invited me up to speak because they liked what I said about trying to help with the CDBGDR, the programs we had going on, and how we wanted to see more of what they were doing coming in, because I think it'd just be a big help for us all to get those really low-income people and get them a place to live. Go ahead, next pictures. Just kind of shows you, I think, some things in there. That's the only one I got? I'm getting a new phone.
One for 5.
All right, that's good. All right. Well, I have nothing else, so I wish everyone a happy new year and carry on from here. We're adjourned. Thank you.